not bounded by discipline. A warm and insightful morning to one and all present here. On behalf of PG and Research Department of Microbiology, Dwaragadas Govindandas Vaishnav College, I extend a warm welcome to all the participants, guests of honor, delegates, and representatives from various institutes, students to the 2 days second International Conference on Exploring Innovative Technology in Bioscience Towards Sustainable Development EITB-SD 2025. With the spirit of unity and the knowledge sharing, let us embark on this enlightening journey. Spending time with God through prayers and His words is a mantra for having a great life and fulfilling your purpose. Now I kindly request everybody to please rise for the Tamil Thai Valthu, followed by the college prayer.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय.
सत्यव्रतं सत्यपरं त्रिसत्यं सत्यस्य योनिं निहितं च सत्ये सत्यस्य सत्यं ऋतसत्यनेत्रं सत्यात्मकं त्वां शरणं प्रपन्नाः वाणी गुणानुकथने श्रवणो कथायां हस्तौ च कर्मसु मनस्तव पादयोर्नः स्मृत्यां शिरस्तव निवास जगत्प्रणामे दृष्टिः सतां दर्शनेस्तु भवत्तनूनाम् नमो भगवते तस्मै कृष्णायाद्भुतकर्मणे रूपनाम विभेदेन रूपनाम विभेदेन जगत्क्रीडति यो यतः ओम शांति शांति शांति.
வாசிக்கிறீங்களா?
A ray of light is a symbol of illumination, of knowledge, unity, and a shared understanding. Now we will have our traditional lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. I kindly request all the dignitaries to light the lamp and symbolically inaugurate the program.
Thank you all. To begin with, I request Dr. S. Jagadishwari, Organizing Secretary, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, to deliver the welcome address.
Dignitaries on and off the dais, distinguished guests, heads and staff from other department, participants and dear students. Wonderful morning, everybody. It gives me great pleasure and honor to extend a very warm welcome on behalf of the Postgraduate and Research Department of Microbiology to this second conference on exploring innovative technologies and biosciences towards sustainable development. In continuation to the last year's conference, but at a little greater magnitude, of course, many more to come. First of all, I deem it a great privilege to express our sincere gratitude to our beloved Secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, a man with a vision and dynamism, for giving us this wonderful opportunity. On this occasion, we are indeed fortunate to have Professor S. Erumalai, Registrar, University of Madras, a wonderful human being, an established biotechnologist, and a true researcher with several projects and publications to its credit. Sir, we fully appreciate you for finding the time to be with us despite your tight schedule. It's my privilege to welcome you, sir. Your presence adds so much of value for this conference. I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation for Professor S.V. Srinivasan, Senior Principal Scientist, CLRI, Honorary Faculty, Anna University, and Associate Professor, Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research, a man with immense knowledge in wastewater treatment and bioremediation. Thank you, sir, for honoring us a keynote speech for this conference. Hearty welcome, sir. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. D. Prabhu, Head, Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, Taramani campus. Your acceptance of our invitation to deliver the keynote is most graciously acknowledged. Hearty welcome, sir. At this juncture, we miss our principal. He's unable to join us, but he'll join us very shortly. My gratitude and sincere appreciation to all our distinguished guest speakers who will be enlightening us in these 2 days. A warm welcome to all delegates and participants. My humble appreciation and gratitude to the heads and faculty from other departments for being part of this conference. Welcome to all the members of DGVC family. My sincere thanks and welcome to the technical team from Viscom and Data Center for their ceaseless efforts in coverage and live streaming of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, through this conference, we would like to emphasize sustainable development is how we must live today for a better tomorrow by meeting present needs without compromising the chances of future generation. I welcome all of you, my dear colleagues and students, because our success is the merit of having all of you here, the results of your excellent daily work, small beginnings indeed, leading to wonderful culmination, creating awareness among everyone. The best way to predict future is to create it. May the Almighty be with us as we go on. On behalf of the management, principal staff, and students, I once again extend a very warm welcome and hope that this event will serve as a catalyst for enlightening the transfer of innovative technology. Wishing you all a delightful and stimulating 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a great moment to felicitate the chief guest, Dr. S. Erumalai, Registrar, University of Madras, Chepauk. May I kindly request the head of the Department of Microbiology to do the honor. I would now request the head of the department to honor the keynote speaker, Dr. S.B. Srinivasan, Principal Scientist, Anna University, ACSIR, Chennai. great pleasure to welcome the keynote speaker, Dr. D. Prabhu, Head Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, Taramani. I kindly request the Head of the Department to do the honor. Our Secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, and our beloved Principal, Dr. Santosh Babu, cannot be here today with us due to their busy schedules, and they have sent their best wishes for the event. Sustainable development is all about nurturing growth, ideas, communities, and the planet. In all gratitude, we request the fellow students to present the dignitaries a plant sapling which symbolizes knowledge, renewal, responsibility to a greener world as a token of love. Thank you, everyone. I now warmly request Dr. P. Vidya, Associate Professor, Head of the Department, to introduce the theme of today's conference.
Jai Shri Krishna, Honorable Chief Guest, Professor S. Elumale, Registrar, University of Madras, distinguished guest, Dr. S.V. Srinivasan, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR Central Leather Research Institute, Chennai, and esteemed guest, Dr. D. Prabhu, Head, Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, respected Secretary, beloved principals, and HODs of other departments, staff and students. Very good morning to one and all present here. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries who have graciously accepted our invitation despite their demanding schedule. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication and support, and we are truly humbled and grateful, sir. It is my privilege as head of the PG and Research Department of Microbiology to introduce the theme of our international conference, Exploring Innovative Technologies in Biosciences Towards Sustainable Development. In 2015, the United Nations launched the Sustainable Development Goals, a universal call to action to eradicate poverty, safeguard the planet, and guarantee peace and prosperity for all the individuals by the year of 2030. Upon closer examination of the 17 goals, the vital role of biosciences becomes apparent. Our disciplines play an important role in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by providing essential knowledge and technological innovations to tackle pressing challenges in health, nutrition, clean water, environmental sustainability, and disease prevention control priorities. Especially, life sciences contributed significantly to developing novel treatment, vaccines, and diagnostic tools for existing, emerging, and re-emerging infections, improving global health and well-being, and mitigating environmental impacts. By addressing these critical areas, bioscience is instrumental in driving progress towards a more sustainable and equitable future. To achieve these goals, a synergetic collaboration between academicians, scientists, policymakers, and society is imperative. By naturally integrating the science into policymaking, we can devise and implement impactful, sustainable strategies that propel us towards realizing these visionary goals. Academicians are vital catalysts in achieving these goals. Through their research, teaching, and policy guidance, they generate critical research insights, educate future leaders on sustainability issues, and inform evidence-based policy decision, develop innovative solutions to complex challenges. By adapting multidisciplinary approaches, academicians address in social, economic, and environmental dimension of sustainable development and driving meaningful progress to attain these goals. As a premier higher educational institution, Dwaragadas Govardhan Das Vaishnav College recognize its key role in driving progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. We acknowledge our huge responsibilities in contributing meaningfully to the achievement of the goals, and we are committed to making a positive impact through our research, education, and community engagement initiatives. I am happy to register here. We integrate these skills into our curriculum and reinforce them through workshops, seminars, and conferences, and preparing our students to drive positive change and contribute meaningfully to reach these goals. Building on our commitment to sustainability and the SDG, we launched an initiative last year with the support of our management and principal. The initiative culminated in the successful organization of our international conference exploring innovative technologies in biosciences towards sustainable development. We plan to make this recurring event, hosting it annually in every February month to provide a platform for experts and researchers and students to share knowledge and drive innovation toward a sustainable future. Over the next 2 days, this conference will feature a diverse range of live technical sessions spanning various domains in biology, all focused on these goals only. We are delighted to welcome nearly 200 participants, both online and offline, from esteemed institutions and industries who will share their expertise and insights through nearly 80 oral presentations and 21 poster presentations. This year, under the visionary guidance of our principal, we are excited to introduce a novel session called as Ideathon as a part of this conference. This innovative platform invites participants to showcase their groundbreaking products designed to address the critical environmental challenges. A distinguished panel of juries will critically evaluate the presentation, nearly 15 presentations, and outstanding ideas will be rewarded with cash prize. I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Jayashree from Boston, Dr. Jayapriya, Professor of Anna University, and Naha Balaji, Postdoctoral Fellow, Earth and Environmental Science, Punjab, and Dr. Ganga Subbulakshmi Shankaralingam, founder of Geocarbon Canada, and Dr. B. Ganesh, Scientist E, ICMR National Institute of Epidemiology, Chennai, and Dr. Suresh Mikimeri, Associate Professor, Department of Biological Science, Majma University, Saudi Arabia. Thank you for your support and partnership in making this event a success. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to my team, staff and students whose persistent efforts and unwavering dedication have been instrumental in making this conference a phenomenal success, a tradition we have proudly upheld with excellence over the past 27 years. Thank you for your tireless work and commitment to excellence. I warmly invite all the delegates and participants to actively engage in the exciting array of activities we have curated for the next 2 days. I wish you all highly successful, productive, and enriching conference experience. Have a nice stay in DG Vaishnav College. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I kindly request Dr. Rajalakshmi S., Assistant Professor of Microbiology, to introduce Dr. S.P. Srinivasan, Principal Scientist, Anna University, ACSIR, Chennai.
Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome a renowned expert, Dr. S.V. Srinivasan, whose contribution to environmental engineering and sustainable waste management have made a profound impact. Dr. S.V. Srinivasan is a senior principal scientist at the CSIR CLRI, Chennai, where he has dedicated over 2 decades in pioneering research and practical solutions in liquid solid waste management, biological treatment processes, and sustainable assessment. With a PhD in chemical engineering from the prestigious IIT Madras and an extensive body of work spanning numerous national and international publications, patents, and technology transfers, his expertise is highly regarded in both academic and industrial spheres. Beyond his research, Dr. Srinivasan has played a crucial role in policy making, consultancy, and training, shaping the future environmental sustainability in India and beyond. His work has earned multiple awards, fellowships, and recognitions, including the UNEP Lifecycle Assessment Award and prestigious international collaborations. He is also associated with an Indo-German project which is focused on waste management and treatment, specially related to research on utilizing leather waste as potential resource through his affiliation with CSIR and collaborated with German researchers under the Indo-German Science and Technology Center framework. We are truly privileged to have him with us today to share his valuable insights. We welcome you, sir.
We welcome you, sir, for sharing your insights and expertise, sir. Thank you.
Respected Registrar, Dr. Professor Elumalai, University of Madras, Dr. Prabhu, Head of the Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, Professor Vidya, Department of Microbiology, Head, and other dignitaries and other staff members from different colleges and other my friend students. Very good morning to one and all present here. It is my honor to be here as a keynote speaker to deliver this address in this international conference on exploring technologies in biosciences for sustainable development. So we know very well about the sustainable development. That means without exploiting the resources, we have to utilize the facilities available so that our future generation also utilize the same facilities or enjoy the same facility. That is what is all about. So if you see the biosciences, it plays a major role, especially in terms of, actually if you see this now the the global issues, the climate change is a major issue. In this climate change, actually this energy plays a very important role. If you see that climate change, 80% of the issue is mainly because of energy. So how this biosciences can play a major role in addressing these energy issues. So now you must be knowing about a lot of electrical based vehicles are also coming up, and also parallelly there are a lot of biofuels that is also coming up based on this bioscientific knowledges that has been developed and that has been possible with the help of biosciences. Similarly, if you see a lot of medical applications where we have a lot of drugs and other things where we able to manage all our disease and other things, upcoming, emerging and the diseases. So biosciences again play a major role. And apart from that, energy and medicine, we also have a lot of issues in the agricultural field. So sustainability is another concern in the agriculture field, because we have a lot of constraints in the agriculture. We have water constraint because many places we don't have water. So again, the population is also increasing. So we have to match the food requirements. We have to develop a lot of food requirements. To meet the requirements, we have to grow. And what happened, actually, we have a lot of stresses on the soil, and also we have a lot of stresses on the water point of view. So this biological sciences plays a major role in addressing this issue, bringing out sustainable technologies which will address the food requirements of our populations, future populations. In addition, if you see this, we also have a lot of issues with respect to environmental waste management. So if you see that major amount of waste that is being generated, 50% of the waste is biological waste. So biological waste, actually we can say is a biological waste, a bio waste, or we can say is a bioresource. So some people say it's a waste. If you can ask some energy generator or energy other person, he'll use it as a resource. So you can use this bio waste and convert it to value added products like biofuels, or even directly you can convert to biogas. So we have done some projects in Coimbatore market. Actually, if you know that Coimbatore market alone is generating about 200 tons of bio waste. See, fully waste which have not only energy, we also have a lot of nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus, because phosphorus is a future issue, actually, because phosphorus is a limited availability. So because of that availability, so we have to utilize the naturally available phosphorus, especially in the vegetables and fruits waste. So even if you see the sewage, for example, Chennai city is generating sewage. Sewage also have lot of nutrients, nitrogen and phosphorus. So this is very well possible to recover and reuse it. So in foreign countries, they actually there are different technologies being used to recover the phosphate from the sewage also. That is again different biological methods are adopted, algal based methods and also some chemical based combination methods are used to convert or recover the nutrients from the sewage, mostly using the biological treatment processes. In addition, if you see that many of our rivers are being contaminated because of this sewage being discharged. So here also in the sewage treatment plant for treating the waste, we again use the biological treatment methods, where actually again the biological science plays a major role. And here most of this sewage treatment plants in northern part of India, actually what happens, actually they use even anaerobic treatment processes which are effective or without spending energy we can treat it. So there are two different methods, anaerobic and aerobic treatment methods. Even anaerobic treatment methods, there are group of bacteria which can work and treat the waste without spending energy, and in turn generate energy also in the form of biogas. That is also possible. So all these biological approaches will help in the sustainable development in long term, and I hope this the conference will bring out a lot of innovative ideas and discussions which will help more students. Actually, you have a lot of inspiring students. I expect a lot of innovators coming out of this deliberations, and I expect more innovations from this group of students on biological sciences for exploring the technologies for meeting the sustainable development goals, as well as because we have to maintain this and provide the same facility, we have to give it to our future generations. So people might be seeing, I think some people you might have seen the Perungudi area. If you go to Perungudi, there will be a small mountain of solid waste being dumped. So this is not a case in Chennai city, but it is a case in many of the cities. So actually the future generation will say this mountain is produced by my grandfather who has generated this way. He has used so much amount of plastics, this, that, and that will be a problem. So what we have to do is, to the extent possible, we can avoid. For example, anything you use, any resources you use, for example, even if you take a water bottle, try to use it fully. At least sometimes what happens, actually, we use, throw the water bottle. Actually, for making one water bottle, if you find 500 ml, 3 liters of water is used for producing the plastic that is involved in that. So we have to spend, even for utilizing the drinking 500 ml of water, we are spending 3 liters of water to produce the plastic container. So that is the water footprint of this materials. So when you, actually we have already made it. So when you made it, you have to utilize it fully and try to recycle that also to the extent possible. So this type of recovery approaches, and even if you spend even for 1 unit of power, it's equal to 1 kg of CO2 emission. So that means even if you say 1 unit of power in your household, you have reduced 1 kg of CO2 emissions. So you might have seen anybody heard of this climate clock? There is a climate clock actually that has been introduced, where actually you can see that the global average temperature is increasing now. So this is actually likely to reach around 1.5 degree. That is the potential limit. That is the maximum limit which the earth can observe and maintain. If it goes beyond 1.5 degree, like for example, you have some plastics, we can go up to 50-60 degree, there will not be any damages to the plastic. If it goes to 80 or 90, it deforms. So the same way, our earth also have some limitation. Up to 1.5 degree, all our bio or ecosystem can be maintained without having much impact. So if it goes beyond 1.5 degree, it will be having a lot of impacts which will be irreversible. That's why actually they have put a climate clock. Actually this was introduced in 2020 in New York Times Square. Then subsequently it has been introduced in even our campus now we have. That will tell you that as on date today, we'll be reaching 1.5 degree in July 2029. So that means the rate at which the amount of CO2 emission that is being released. So we are likely to reach around 29th of July to 29th of year. July we will be reaching 1.5 degree. So now we have still at least 4-5 years with our hand. So we can reduce to the extent possible the CO2 emissions. Even the energy savings, waterproof, everything you can do a day-to-day affairs. For example, even if you travel by metro, even if you travel by bus, you are reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because 1 liter of petrol saved is equal to 3 kg of CO2 emission reduction. So we have a lot of impact. So each one of us can play a major role. And even for this fuel, what we use, even if you use a biological fuel, bio-based fuels, that also in energy efficient. And even if you use the waste to convert a bioenergy, again we are solving the problem of waste. So that is how we have a lot of things can be done from the students as well as individual. We think that everything has to come from the government or the regulators, but it is not possible. Individually, we can also contribute for that. With this few words, I would like to thank the organizer for giving this opportunity, and I wish the Congress a very great success. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your insight and expertise. I kindly request Mrs. Nisha Chaudhary, J, Research Scholars, to introduce the Dr. D. Prabhu, Head Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, Taramani.
Good morning, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I introduce the keynote speaker for the second international conference on exploring innovative technologies in bioscience towards sustainable development. We are honored this occasional morning by the presence of Dr. Prabhu, Department of Microbiology, Dr. ALM, BGIBMS, University of Madras, Taramani, a visionary leader whose contribution have significantly shaped the landscape of sustainable development. This gathering of brilliant minds and diverse perspectives promises to be a hub of intellectual exchange and innovation. With a wealth of experience and groundbreaking contributions to the credit, Dr. Prabhu is a beacon of inspiration to all of us. Dr. Prabhu has an impressive publication record with approximately 20 peer-reviewed journal articles in prestigious journals such as Journal of Clinical Microbiology, Trends in Biomaterials, Asian Pacific Journal of Health Sciences, and Journal of Global Infectious Diseases. Additionally, he has organized numerous national and international conferences and training programs. His excellence in academia and research have been recognized through several accolades, including the Teaching Cum Research Fellow Award from the University of Madras, the Senior Research Fellow Award from the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, the Research Fellow Award from the University Grant Commission. Having successfully completed 5 research projects, Dr. Prabhu is currently guiding 4 PhD scholars in their academic pursuit. His expertise and contribution to the field make him a beacon of inspiration for aspiring researchers and professionals. Dr. Prabhu, we deeply appreciate your presence here today, despite your demanding schedule. We are certain that your insights will greatly benefit our participants and spark innovative discussions in bioscience and sustainability. Without further ado, I invite Dr. Prabhu to address the gathering and inspire our young minds. We eagerly anticipate your keynote speech, sir, which will undoubtedly set the tone for a conference filled with exploration, collaboration, and transformative ideas. Once again, we extend a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you for a wonderful introduction. So good morning, everyone. So it's a great honor to address you today at this conference on exploring innovative technologies and biosciences towards sustainable development. As we gather here to discuss the intersection of biosciences and sustainability, so we must recognize the transformative potential that innovative technologies hold in tackling some of the most pressing global challenges. So at the heart of our discussion is the bioeconomy, which focuses on utilizing renewable biological resources to produce food, energy, and industrial goods. And this paradigm not only addresses the environmental concerns, but also promotes economic growth and social well-being. Technological advancements such as gene editing, bioprocessing, and bioprinting are essential in driving this transformation. For example, I can say CRISPR technology, which actually allows the modification of DNA, which can enhance the agricultural productivity and, of course, the better health outcomes. In addition to the biotechnological advancements, digital technologies like big data analysis, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things enhance the efficiency of the bioeconomy, and AI can analyze vast data sets to optimize operations, while IoT devices provide real-time monitoring of environmental conditions which actually helps in taking critical decisions. Central to this bioeconomy is the concept of circular economy, which emphasizes minimizing the waste and maximizing the resource efficiency. And for example, anaerobic digestion can convert waste into biogas for energy while producing nutrient-rich fertilizers from the digestate. And these implications of bioeconomic principles extend into the fields like medicine and construction, like bioprinting. These bioprintings are developed to create tissues and organs potentially which revolutionize this organ transplants. We are also exploring the innovative technologies which recognize their potential impact on the food security, clean water access, energy provision, and public health. To fully realize these innovations, potential collaboration across sector is essential, like government, private investors, like angel investors, and academic institutions must work together to create environment conductive to sustainable innovation. And several successful initiatives worldwide exemplify the impact of integrating the biosciences with innovative technologies. Like in Brazil, they converted the sugarcane into ethanol for reducing the reliance on fossil fuels, while in Kenya, they transferred, there's a huge transformation which has happened with the innovative approaches for biogas production. And yes, I urge all the stakeholders who present for this conference, right, to embrace this opportunity for collaboration. And yes, of course, together we can accelerate the transition toward the sustainable economy by unlocking the full potential of innovative technologies in biosciences. So let us commit ourselves to fostering a resilient global economy that prioritizes sustainability while addressing the complex issues. So thank you for your attention. I look forward to engage in a wonderful discussions over the time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the essence of knowledge. Now, I humbly request Dr. M. Abrami, Assistant Professor, Department of Microbiology, to introduce.
I am introducing myself as a professor of biotechnology, University of Madras. That is more than enough. Respected in absentia Sri Ashok Kumar Mundra, Secretary of this DG Vaishnav College Administration, Captain Dr. Santosh Babu, my good old friend, Principal of this great college, Madam P. Vidya, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Microbiology, Professor S.V. Srinivasan, Senior Principal Scientist, CLRI, my colleague, my beloved brother, Dr. D. Prabhu, Department of Microbiology Head, and three of my students are here, Professor Saravanan and Professor Senthil, Dr. Both of them are my PhD students. And my student Poonam. Poonam is also my student. And all other Bala, Department of Biotechnology. And my fellow faculty members on the dais and off the dais. Above all, my dear beloved children. Good morning. Anaivarukkum vanakkam. Topic of the day. First of all, I congratulate and compliment on behalf of University of Madras to Madam Dr. Vidya and their team and the students in the college administration to conducting second international conference on exploring innovative technologies in biosciences towards sustainable development. This is the need of the hour. The topic is need of the hour. See, you can learn n number of techniques and tools from books and materials, YouTube. You have modern gadgets nowadays. Doesn't matter. But why do you want to have this conference? Why do you want to have this kind of topic? That we need to rethink. Why do you want to have this kind of sustainable development? Because in UN, there is a global body governing with all governments, intergovernmental agencies. They have Millennium Development Goals. Like 17 Millennium Development Goals are there. Out of 17 Millennium Goals, one goal says sustainable development. What do you mean by sustainable development? We have development, valarchi. But what do you mean by sustainable development? My fellow Professor Prabhu explained the circular economy, zero waste economy. That is what sustainable development. See, when I came here, Chennai, 35 years back as a student, I don't see this kind of traffic or bridges, roads, infrastructure, all that, skyscraping buildings, all that. Chennai is a moderate and modest city those days, but now you see the development. But we need to think, at what cost of this growth? At the cost of environmental degradation, air pollution, water pollution, and so many pollutions and imbalance in the ecosystem. So that is what the UN and the scientists, environmental scientists like Professor Srinivasan, they are all formulating sustainable development. You can grow, but not at the cost of our own resources. Don't pollute your lakes and waters and water bodies. Don't pollute your air. So don't pollute your land. So Panjabhudas we used to call. Don't pollute anything. But at the same time growth should be there. That is what sustainable development. Circular economy, zero waste. If you are using something, you are, sir said that Pallikarane and Kodungayur, they have heaps of debris, solid waste. It is, some of them are non-degradable, some of them are partially degradable, some of them are degradable. So the remnants are there, it will be remain forever, centuries together, are glass pieces. We have a industry, Saint Gobain in Sri Perumbudur, that leftovers or the waste from Saint Gobain will take 200 years to degrade, the glass pieces. So we have growth. They are giving hundreds of employment. We are generating many millions of dollars. But at the cost of Sri Perumbudur districts or Taluk nearby area is polluted water, air, soil, everything. I am not blaming them. Industry we need. But at the cost of these kind of activities. So what we need to do? We need to do sustainable environment, sustainable growth. So that means how we are going to have a balanced, innovative technology. There are techniques and tools. There are a lot of discoveries and innovations. But it is not coming to the lab to land. We have formulas, we have solutions. But we are not taking up these solutions to the land or to the field. Some of the experiments are still in the laboratory. We are not able to scale up. So that we need to do. People like you should take up these kind of startup projects. Then you expand it and do that. See, India, we have so many governments after 75 years of independence. We have rolling plan, we have budgetary plan, we have planning commission, everything. But what we had during independent struggle, what we are seeing today, this 75 years change is a dramatic change. Very good growth. Those days when I was a student, சொன்னா நம்ப மாட்டீங்க, ட்ரௌசர் சட்டை வாங்க ரேஷன் கடையில் லைனில் நிற்போம். You got my point? Is it happening now? தடிக்கு விழுந்தினா ஒரு துணி கடையில் தான் போய் விழுவோம் சென்னையில். So that was the demand those days. But today we are getting at doorsteps. ஆர்டர் பண்ணினா வீட்டுக்கு வருது உனக்கு ட்ரெஸ்ஸு. So this growth and development happened because of so many policies. Rolling plan and budgetary plan, every 5 years we have planning. But what happens? We have growth, I already told. We have many kinds of energy forms, tidal form, thermal power, nuclear energy, all that. Every form of energy is giving some leftovers, some toxic leftover of nuclear material that will harm and producing a lot of cancer patients. And likewise water, if you go to Noyal River and Palar, you have n number of polluted things because of leather industries. You have textile industries in Noyal. So likewise, we are polluting, we don't bother about the land, water, air, all that, but we need to lead a comfortable life. We need to have comfortable conveyance, dress, everything. So the sustainable development should be there. So what we need to do? whatever you innovate any kind of technology, but it should not leave any single gram of pollutants. That is the sustainable development. That remnants or the leftover should be recycled and it should be reused and it should not be harm anything, both the living organism or animals, human beings or microbes. That is what sustainable development. It's used to call, economists used to say circular economy, because one gives another, another gives another, another gives another. Nothing will be waste. If anything is waste, that is what non-sustainable development or ecosystem. Regarding or coming to biotechnology, our friend Prabhu said this 3D printing, tissue engineering, all that, CRISPR-Cas, many number of techniques and tools are there in biotechnology. We can apply all these tools wherever it is possible to have the sustainable economy or sustainable environment. We need to exploit or even take up these technologies. But at the same time, it should not harm anything. When you go to these kind of rivers and polluted lake bodies, we are missing a lot of anaerobic bacteria. We are missing beneficial bacteria because we are dumping toxic metals and minerals, dyes, this and that. So naturally it will kill the beneficial microorganisms, those water bodies or the soil. Recently there was a soil atlas released by Government of India. In that map, 6 states are highly polluted states, Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu like states. Because of the rapid industrialization, they are percolating a lot of toxic materials and water and dye, so many chemicals, all that. It is percolating in the underneath of the earth. So the water table is almost contaminating with so many pollutants. One of my students, in fact, Saravanan and myself, we used to go to Noyal River frequently, collect samples for dye industry. He worked on dye industry. Likewise, one of my students, he did a PhD on arsenic removal from potable water in Bengal. Calcutta nearby, there are 24 barganas, they used to call. The entire area is polluted with arsenic. Arsenic is flushing out during rainy days from the Himalayan region. Through Ganges, it is depositing wherever the water flows. And wherever people are living nearby the Gangetic plain, they are taking up this water. And if you are not filtering these metals, arsenic, metal, you are succumbent to produce arsenicosis. Arsenicosis is wherever you have joints, that joints you have deposits of arsenic. Naturally, you get arsenicosis. After few years, the person may die. This is the rampant and the biggest issue in the Bangladesh as well as West Bengal and parts of Bihar. But what we need to do, we need to have the clean, potable drinking water for the people. So they have different methodology, RO, composite material, chemical-based recycling, chemical-based filtration, all that. But that will again leave some kind of chemicals which is non-degradable. So we have given a solution through some cyanobacterial solutions, some bacterial, some aerobic and anaerobic bacterial, along with some single cell algal cells. If you harvest some kind of these kind of biomass and dry it, make it as a powder and put it as a bed in the filtering agent, you pass through this arsenic contaminated water. The filtered water is without any arsenic. So this is very simple, nothing is left over, biological way of method, and you cannot harm the environment, cost effective, very cheap. Anybody can do it at any home. So this is what the one model I am just classic case I am quoting. So this is what the sustainable development. So people like you have a bright future. In India now it's a very fast growing economy. You take up some issues and you start on your, don't begging job with someone. You start on your own ventures or startups or companies or industries. Start with a small, then you go and expand it. So that way, don't expect jobs from some companies or some government agencies, all that. Nowadays, you have plenty of opportunity through internet and modern gadgets, YouTube, all that. You can contact anyone to any part of the globe. You can seek assistance, both economic assistance, financial assistance, technical assistance. You can start your own. then you can export even technologies or processed products. So sustainable development is the meaning. அதுதான் அந்த காலத்தில் நம்ம ஊரில் சொல்லுவாங்க. Nothing is waste. Cow dung, manure, soil. இப்போ ஏரி குளத்துலலாம் தண்ணி நின்னா அதை போட்டு வழித்து எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து அதை யூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க. எதுவுமே அங்கே வேஸ்ட்டாக விட மாட்டாங்க. When the Second World War comes, we have a lot of, during Hitler period, Adolf Hitler, he produced many toxic chemicals, material, gases, poisonous gases, chemicals, DDT, all this. So these kind of chemicals harm every microbes in the air, every microbe in the soil and water. Naturally, we disturbed the ecosystem. அதனால தான் வந்து நிறைய இஷ்யூஸ் இந்த ஆன்டிபயோட்டிக் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் எல்லாம் வர்றது. தட் இஸ் த ரீசன். மல்டிபிள் ட்ரக் ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ், ஆல் தீஸ். ஸோ வி ஹேவ் என் நம்பர் ஆஃப் இஷ்யூஸ், பட் டோன்ட் பாதர் அபவுட் தட். யூ ஹேவ் எ பேஷன் வித் ரிசர்ச் ஆர் டீச்சிங் ஆர் எனி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டார்டிங் வெஞ்சர்ஸ், பட் ஸ்டார்ட் டுடே இட் செல்ஃப். Because during these days, today and tomorrow, are the conference deliberations and discussions or the presentations, you may get some idea. Based on that idea, you just go through the literature and start work on that. Even a small enzyme, simple enzyme, if you produce in terms of milligrams and grams and kilograms, then you will be an entrepreneur. You can earn lakhs of rupees. You can do it in your terrace at your home. No need to have any industry, infrastructure, this and that. Very basic things, 20,000, 1 lakh rupees, you can start biotech industries. There are so many industries. So you can do that way and think about the future. What we had and what we are having, you should leave to your kids without any disturbance. That is what sustainable development. That is what the UN also is telling, sustainable development millennium goals. So whether they are saying, UN is saying, or somebody is saying, don't matter. We are succumbed that way, we are grown up in that way. India is known for, from ancient days, we are known for sustainable development. வளர்ச்சி வேகமாக போயிடக்கூடாது. போகும்போது இந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனை வருது. சீரான வளர்ச்சி இருக்கணும். சுற்றுப்புறம், சுகாதாரம், சூழ்நிலையாக சரியாக இருக்க வேண்டும். நம்மை சுற்றி உள்ளவர்களும் நம்ம சுற்றி இருக்கின்ற அனிமல்ஸ் கூட இட் ஷுட் பி ஃப்ரீ ஃப்ரம் எனி hazardous things. Otherwise that will harm again you. So you treat every organism like your brotherhood, and you have a sustainable development and start some ventures. I thank all the organizers in the college administration to inviting me and giving me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts among you. With these few words, I thank everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and wisdom. Let's now begin with the grand release of conferring proceeding. I invite the dignitaries and the staff members present on the dais to the unveiling of the conference proceeding. Let the pages within it inspire our commitment to growth. Thank you, everyone. I now humbly request Dr. B. Kritika, Organizing Secretary, Associate Professor, Department of Microbiology, to deliver the oath of thanks.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, delegate, faculty members and participants, with immense gratitude on behalf of my department, I take this opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks for the second International Conference on Exploring Innovative Technologies in Biosciences towards Sustainable Development. I believe this event will be a remarkable platform to share knowledge, foster collaborations and ignite discussions about the role of biosciences to achieve sustainability. We are immensely grateful to our chief guest, Professor S. Elumalai Sir, Registrar, University of Madras, for his esteemed presence and for sharing his valuable insights that have added immense value to this conference. A heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers, Dr. S.V. Srinivasan Sir, Senior Principal Scientist, CLRI, and Dr. D. Prabhu, Head in Charge, Department of Microbiology, University of Madras, for their thought-provoking addresses, which highlighted the advancements in biosciences and their role in sustainable development. I extend my deepest gratitude to our Principal, Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, for his continuous support, encouragement, and visionary leadership. His unwavering commitment to academic excellence has been the foundation upon which this conference was built. A special and a heartfelt thanks to our respected Secretary, Shri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, whose constant motivation, guidance, belief in the power of research and innovation have played a crucial role in making this event possible. My sincere thanks to our distinguished speakers, panelists for their willingness to share their knowledge and insights. We are very happy to extend my sincere thanks to our Head of the Department, Dr. P. Vidya, whose leadership, meticulous planning and relentless effort in organizing this event. Her dedication to academic growth and research has significantly contributed to the success of this conference. I extend my sincere appreciation to the faculty members, research scholars, and students of my own department whose hard work, perseverance, and commitment have ensured the smooth conduct of this event. These collective efforts behind the scenes have been truly commendable and have played a crucial role in executing the conference with this excellence. A special thanks to the technical and administrative staff, their seamless coordination and diligent efforts for the flawless execution of this hybrid mode inaugural session and upcoming virtual sessions. Finally, and most importantly, we owe a debt of gratitude to all the participants and attendees. Your presence and enthusiasm will be the driving force to make this conference a grand success. Let us take forward that the knowledge and collaborations cultivated here for a sustainable future. Once again, I express my profound gratitude each and every one of you. Wishing you a continued success in all your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Today, we have about more than 200 participants and various experts engaging in the conference through both online and offline avenues, where all of us have come together to discuss on various contributions to the field of biological science. We hope you will learn a lot today and have an engaging session. Now, I request the faculty members and students of Department of Microbiology to join the stage for the group photo.
conference.
Okay.
Session எப்போ மேம்?
ஒரு 5 minutes to 10 minutes அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணிடுங்க.
We will start our next session.
கொஞ்சம் வெளில போட்டுருவா.
தள்ளிக்குங்க வருது பார்த்துக்கிறேன்.
பாஸ்வேர்ட் மாறிடுச்சு இல்லை கோடு.
We'll start our next session in 5 minutes.
இன்னும் கொடுக்கல, வீட்டுக்கு பேனர் தான் போயிட்டுருக்கேன். இது ஓகேவா? சரி, எனக்கு அந்த ஸ்லைடு எனக்கு ஒரு காத்து கொடுங்க. இப்போ போய் கால் சொல்லுங்க சார்.
ஆன்லைன் செஷனில் வந்து நம்ம பேசும்போது இதில் ஆடியோ நம்ம கனெக்ட் அவங்களோட அதை ஆஃப் பண்ணிவிட்டு நம்ம டிவைஸோட ஸ்பீக்கர் ஆஃப் பண்ணோம். நோ மேம், நம்ம பேசுகிற நம்ம கேட்குதுல்ல, இப்போ நம்ம இது பண்ணும்போது வி கேன் லிசன் இல்லை, அந்த இது ஆஃப் பண்ணலாம். மேபி எக்கோ ஆகலாம்.
நீங்கள் எவ்வளோ பேராலும் ஜாயின் பண்ணிக்கிங்க. ஆனால் பேசுகிறவங்க மட்டும் அன்மியூட் பண்ணணும், மற்றவங்க எல்லாமே மியூட்டில் தான் இருக்கும்.
இல்லை, இப்போ நாங்கள் அப்படி தான் பண்ணோம். பட் லைக் என்னன்னா நம்ம ஸ்பீக்கர் போட்டு கேட்குறோம் இல்லையா சார், இப்போ வந்து இதில் ஸ்க்ரீன் ஆகுது இல்லை, ஸோ
அது காஸ்ட்டு தான் ஆகுதும்மா. அது கூட கம்யூனிகேட்டே பண்ணுறீங்க. இங்கேருந்து காஸ்ட்டு தான் ஆகுது, அதுக்கு எதுவும் சம்மந்தமே கிடையாது. இங்கேருந்து காஸ்ட்டு தான் ஆகுது, இதில் தான் கம்யூனிகேட் ஆகுது. இதுக்கு இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஃபைல் எல்லாம் லாஸ்ட்டில் போயிட்டு இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஃபைல் இதான் அந்த டேட்டில் இருக்கு.
இல்லையா
வேறு அதுக்குள்ளே வாட்டரின்னு சொல்லுங்கள்.
சரி, போடுவோம் பார்ப்போம்.
ஹலோ, நான் இருங்க, நான் பேசுகிறேன். உங்கள் நேம்? சரி,
வேலை பார்க்கணும். வணக்கம்னு சொல்லலாம்.
அங்கேருந்தே சொல்லுவாங்க, அவங்களே ஸ்லைடு மூவ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
அதில் அந்த ஸ்க்ரீனாக ரீக்ளாஸ் பண்ண
க்ளோஸ் கேஸ்ட் வேணாம்,
அடுத்த செஷன்
அதுவே திரும்ப கனெக்ட் பண்ணுறேன். சென்ட்ராக ஒரு ஹோம் பட்டன் இருக்குங்க. இப்போ மேலே வந்துட்டு
யூடியூப்பில் இதில் போட்டு அவ்வளோ யூடியூப் ஆஃப் பண்ண சார்.
இப்படி ரொட்டேட் பண்ணுவோம் சார். இப்படி கூட ரொட்டேட் பண்ணலாம் சார். தான் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணுவோம் சார். நேராக வரைய வர போல ட்ரைபாட் ஸ்டாண்ட் தான் கரெக்டாக இருக்கும். 60 டிகிரி ரொட்டேட் பண்ணுறோம்.
Is there anyone Shivayalini present over here? No, you didn't register, it seems. Registration.
என்ன பண்ணுறான்னு கேளு. என்ன போஸ்டர்
Poster or presentation? Paper. Poster.
சரி அவங்க போஸ்டர் மெயில் சென்ட் பண்ண சொல்லுங்களா?
I kindly requested the participants to send your poster presentation to me.
கீழே வந்துட்டு ஏதாவது புக்கு மாதிரி வச்சுக்கோங்க. லேப்டாப் ஹைட் வச்சுருக்கோம். இதோட செட் ஆகாது. எங்கிட்ட இருக்காங்க
விஷால்
சார். இல்லைங்க சார், இந்த பாக்ஸ் வச்சு ஹைட் ஏற்ற மாதிரி அது போயிட்டு தான் இருக்கு. கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்களா? கொஞ்சம் கீழே பாட்டம் டு டாப் பாட்டம் டாப் ஓகேவா? தான் பிரச்சனை இதான் பிரச்சனை. ஸோ இப்படி இந்த மேலே பண்ணிட்டாங்க, கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க.
Actually, there is no need the mic for me actually. Now I will manage it actually. It's not needed for me. Okay.
Sorry for that.
So I hope everyone hear my voice. There is no issue for me. So then it's to be good evening to all. Sorry, it's a good afternoon to all. I think it's 11 or 12. It's 12. So good afternoon to all. I am Dr. Jayapriya. Professionally, I am a chemical engineer. So just actually, I have the information. Actually, you are the microbiologist. How as a chemical engineer, I use your science. How I develop the products to the industry. Just I show some of the 3 achievements actually what our team did with respect to microbiologist. So I hope actually your title is actually International Conference Exploring Innovative Technologies in Biosciences Towards the Sustainable Development. So nowadays sustainability is not a buzzword. It is the time to continue to thrive because the main thing is actually global, that is face the unexpected challenges in 3 areas. One is to be the climate change, another one is the environmental degradation. So another one more the problem is actually we face an issue is actually this climate change. It is not only degrade the environment, it is also leads to social as well as that is the environment consequences also. Is actually to transform our world. So how do you transform the thing? Only for the 3 vision. One is the main thing is actually we protect our environment, number 1. Number 2 is actually to avoid completely remove this poverty as well as the equality from our country. The third one is actually you provide the safety, health and prosperity to all people. This is the outline of the 17 SDG. So our objective is actually how to make this to transform our world to reach these 3 goals. So that is the reason actually today we are here actually how to develop this sustainable India, to develop the sustainable products because our vision is actually to protect the environment. Another one option is actually to give the safety to all the people, to give this prosper as well as health to all the people. So these are this outline about this view actually. So that is the reason I choose main topic is actually microbial degradation and valorization of waste for the sustainable development because I hope actually you are basically microbiologist, right? So majority are microbiologists. So So everyone knows actually microbes, you can't see it actually. You can view only through the microscope. So there are this number of the diseases are associated with the microbes. Even though how we utilize the beneficial microbes towards the sustainable development. So here main objective is already I have mentioned the thing to transform our world. So we try to reach from the linear economy to circular economy. So here we will not produce any zero waste. So our objective is zero waste, zero accident, everywhere it is there actually, zero discharge in the industry. So the main thing actually whatever the waste are there, so it is converted to some valorization technologies. Either you go for the chemical treatment or any thermal treatment or any biological treatment, finally you get the some value added products. This is the main objective because actually you are this technologist. So here I take the example with respect to technology. So here mainly there are 2 peoples the word. One is to be the science, another one people is to be the technologist. So you are the science, we are the another ground is to be the technologist. So both are work together. So our society expected something from both of us, right? The society, that's the reason I put the thing, the society demands more. So who will give this thing? The science, you identify some of the microbes or something it is useful to the technology side. That is the reason science give the information to us. So you are the people first give the information to us. So because the society demands more. So another one thing, you only give this some science or some scientific the previous histories you will provide to improve the thing. So the technologists are here. The technologists here, either we are the engineers or technologists. Our objective is actually to anything actually makes our life easier. So we will here to transfer only from the lab scale to industrial scale. So, but without your help, we cannot develop any technologies. So, any technology, then you cannot give this life easier to the society. So, the science and technology, how linked actually? Either we use the science, otherwise you move from science to technologies. There are two things are there. Okay, it is easy for both of us. Easy for us, we learn the science. Easy for you to come from the science to, that is the technology university. So now I give the opening to all of you. Please come to the technical universities. There are so many engineers need the science today. So you apply your science mind, then you develop the industrial scale also. It is easy to learn the mathematics. It is not big complicated one nowadays. So don't fear about there is a science, there is an engineers, there is a technologist and all the things. Without science we cannot do anything. We can't achieve anything. Okay, this is the first part. Why this particular topic I choose for the thing, how I use your science to the technology. Okay, just I show the sum of 3 examples. So the one example actually here as the microbial fuel cell for wastewater treatment. So just I forget about the thing, so many chemistry behind the thing. Just I try to give how I handle the thing actually. So everyone knows the fuel cell. Fuel cell is nothing but your electrochemical device which converts the chemical energy into electrical energy. So it is the normally they use the hydrogen is the source. So oxidation takes place in the anode chamber and the reduction takes place in the cathode chamber. So it donates the electrons pass through the circuit, that is nothing but your power. So this is the general chemical engineering principles. So this is the thing actually normally the fuel cell works. But here later on, we go for this microbial fuel cells. The same concept. Only the thing is actually in chemical fuel cells, the chemicals are involved. Here the catalyst is nothing but your microbes. So in that there are this two chamber. One is to be named as the anode chamber, another one is nothing but your cathode chamber. In this anode chamber, I utilized all the any substrate, any industrial waste. But here for simple example, I put as nothing but your glucose. It is the microbes are there. So we know the thing microbes degrade the oxidation of the any substrate. In Krebs cycle, you know how the electrons move from this starting point to this end of the oxygen act as the electron acceptor. In between there are this how the ATP formed and all the things. So you know the cycle, see the thing actually how many electrons are produced per ATP. These electrons can be accepted by the anode, then it anode transfer the electrons to the cathode chamber. So your H plus ions so here the H plus protons passes through the Nafion membrane. This is the anode as well as the cathode chamber separated by the Nafion membrane. Protons pass through the Nafion membrane. The electrons pass through the external circuit. Then here the reduction takes place. This is the general of the MFC. So it was not discovered in this 20th century. It was already in this 19th century itself. But this MFC was not familiar in this 19th century because the reason is actually the next slide. So we already have mentioned the thing. Someone is need to extract the electron from the bacterial cell to the anode. So an electrode is there actually. Electrode immediately cannot extract the electron from the cell. So bacterial cell, your electron transport chain takes place inside the cell. So you need to extract the electrons. But however the main condition is you extract all the electrons from the cell, then ultimately cell enter into the death phase. So you give some optimizations. 3/4 you extract the electrons to the current production. 1/4 is needed for the growth of the culture. Anyway, it is the multiplication takes place. This is the general thing, but something is to be needed to extract the electron from the bacterial cell. So initially in 19th century, they classified into, there are two types of MFC. One is to be mediator, another one is nothing but your mediatorless. I have mentioned thing right, microbes, you extract the electrons. So we add the external mediators. So in 19th century, what they did is actually they add some external mediators like methylene blue, any dyes, neutral red, can be added into the anode chamber. It acts as the mediator. It extracts the electron from the microbe cell. Then it transfers to the anode. Then ultimately the process continuously it will happen. So this problem is actually here. This all the external mediators are very toxic to the microbes. So you know the thing actually there are these externally chemicals. It does not allow the bacteria to grow. So that the issue actually we faced, that MFC was not utilized, was not transferred to the industrial scale in 19th century. You got the point? Then later on, some microbiologists view the thing actually, why actually any microbes are there, the microbes itself they produce the any mediators. You understand the thing? Here we never add any mediators. So microbiologists, how they identify that is a bacteria is there self-mediating. That bacteria is named as the self-mediating bacteria. So how they identify the thing, some microbiologists go and see in this air beach and all the areas, you can see the different color of the soil. So how the color of the soil are different in the same place. One particular place, some oxidation of the copper takes place. Somewhere it is to be the reduction of copper takes place. In some soil, the oxidation of iron, some soil actually it is the reduction. The color changes happen. But they identify the thing, how the metal in the soil is to be oxidized as well as the reduced. Based on the science, they try to identify some culture. That main culture is geobacter as well as the Sivanella. So they identify the thing, they are this there, bacteria, it secretes a certain mediators. That mediators act as the to the microbial fuel cell or anywhere in the soil itself, it will extract the electron from the cell to the particular oxidized form or reduced form. So the same thing actually we try to implement here. This is the way how the microbiologist view can be transferred to the industrial scale. So only the thing that bacteria is called as the self-mediating bacteria. So one by one they identify the thing. Later on 2004, one team identify the thing, its culture's name is already everyone knows to us, is the Pseudomonas. Geobacter maybe you are surprised, Sivanella maybe you does not know, but Pseudomonas everyone knows. So Pseudomonas aeruginosa is the bacteria we identified, it produced the number of the phenoscides. So how many of you work on Pseudomonas? Any idea? And the plate, you can put the plate, the next day you can view the different color, blue, green. Anyone identify the thing actually? It is the thing is nothing but your, because it secretes certain metabolites. Your name is actually metabolites. But as an engineer, I named as is nothing but your mediators. So that is nothing but your self-mediating bacteria. One group we identify the thing. That group is called a self-mediating bacteria. We use that culture into the microbial fuel cell. There is no need of addition of the any external mediators. You understand the difference? It is called as the self-mediating bacteria. So automatically produced, they are named as nothing but your natural electron shuttles. So whatever the job the orange methyl blue do the thing, instead of the thing we never add anything, simply it produced by itself. It itself actually it's like it transfer the cell from the microbe to the electrode. This is the one thing actually we identify the thing. Similarly, our team or work on the thing, we identify the different kind of the self-mediating bacteria. So why I have mentioned the thing, if you go anywhere, you can see the any different color of the soil or different thing. Immediately you think about the thing, only the reaction, oxidation, reduction takes place in the place. So which culture are involved in that part? You try to make use of this culture, it has the different applications. This is the way. So 2004, after that you can view microbial fuel cell, once again it is very familiar in the papers. So you go and see the 1990s, MFC are there. But in between there is no paper in the microbial fuel cell. Because microbiologists are calm, so technologists also calm. So microbiologists identified something, so now the technologists are working on the thing, how this MFC can be transferred to the different applications. So one of the thing actually I can show the here, The domestic and industrial effluents contains a multitude of organic compounds. So instead of the glucose, here we use any industrial effluent, it acts as the carbon source. So it's a power, if fuel cell ultimately you know the thing, you generate the power. Now MFC have the two options. It has the dual duty of degrading the effluent as well as it producing the power generation. Now you understand the thing why microbial fuel cell nowadays is familiar with all the technologists. So, because this is the way. But still we have the face the some of the issues are there. So it is the main advantage is dual duty of degrading the power as well pollutants as well as generating the power. The another one more thing is actually completely it utilize the microbes, so the less sludge formation. So here I take one example. Everyone knows is the textile industry because actually we are in Tamil Nadu, we are very know about this textile effluent are this very carcinogenic. So because we use the different colors, so we ultimately our dress should be with the different colors, but dyeing process or whatever the amount of dye used for the dyeing process, all the dyes are not utilized by the fabric. 15 to 20% is lost in the effluent itself. So this is the thing. So it lost in effluent means once again it will reach only the river. So we know the thing azo dyes, it's the surface and groundwater quality affected, soil fertility affected, so it affects the aquatic microorganisms growth, totally it will affect the ecosystem integrity. So that is the problem with your azo dyes. So why we cannot apply this MFC for the azo dyes, it is directly we can apply for this textile effluent. So there are number of the techniques are there, adsorption, coagulation, these are the lot of the chemical methods already is there. Biological treatment is not the new one. So already we are working in this so many physico-chemical methods also. We have objective is either you replace one of the unit operation, it is very good for the industry. Because here adsorption is not completely remove all the effluent. So number of the unit operations are required. We use the word two things, one is to be unit operation, another one is called as unit process. Unit process means generally we put as the, you cross the word fermenter, right? Fermenter, that is named as reactor. In our thing actually, your microbiologist use the fermenter, we use the word is the reactor in the chemical industries. If you biological industry, it is named as the fermenter. So you know the thing, the chemical change all occurs, that is called as unit process. Only the physical change occurs, the chemical change never occurs, that is called as unit operation. So you know the thing actually, you cross the thing actually crushing, milling. So here whatever the product, whatever your feed, that material only crushed to small size. There is no chemical change. In the molecular structure it does not change, only it can be size reduced, filtration. Just you do the filtration process. No, only the separation happens. So there is no chemical change. So the chemical change occurs, that is called as unit process. Whatever the physical change occurs, that is called as unit operations. One unit operation never give this one product. There are number of the unit operations are required to accomplish the any product formation or any changes. So that is the reason biotech industry, if you go, why actually we get the less salary in India? Anyone give the reason for it? For the particularly microbiologist, biotechnologist? So we use the word actually fermenter, correct? That is the main thing actually, fermentation. Microbiologist, you do all the things fermentation. After that actually, after fermentation, in your fermented there are three things are there. Solid phase are there, liquid phase are there, gas also involved. Your oxygen should be there. If it is aerobic fermentation, your cell also there. Final after the fermentation, product is also to be there. Unreacted, yeah, that is a reactants also to be there. So totally after the fermentation process, lot of the things are in the fermenter. So you cannot get the product within a one unit operation. So you go for the different unit operations. If it is intracellular, then once again you break the cell. Otherwise, if it is extracellular, directly you go to the different unit operations. So we go for the first is the separation, then you go for the cell disruption, once again you go for the concentration, then after that you go for the purification, then after that you go for the formulation. So there are these 5 steps, each and every step they need the 3 unit operation minimum. So each unit operation, normal any efficiency of the unit operation is 80% to 85%. So you think about it, each and every unit operation, it is only 85%. The first input enter into the first unit operation, your output is 85% efficiency. This 85% efficiency only act as the input to the second unit operation. Upon 1 second 0.85 into 0.85, you get only 64%. This 64% act as the input to the third unit operation. 64 into 0.8, 1 second you get 48. This is the way it goes. Finally in formulation we get only the 44% of the efficiency in the biotech industry. So your biotech industry never get the turnover for that company, then you cannot expect the more salary for us. So this is the reason actually the more technologists, more science are needed to make reduce the number of the unit operations. So here the same job only we try to the thing. There are so many unit operations are to be required. Instead of the thing to try to minimize the one unit operations, it is to be the great success for the particular industry. So that's the reason actually nowadays we go for the biological transformation is to be required. Biological transformation without microbes we cannot do anything. So this is the biological treatment. I have mentioned already, this is your azo dyes. So the reduction takes place, this azo reduced to amines. Sometimes the amines are more toxic to azo also. That time you will take care of it actually. Simply you cannot do this here, azo to amines. Because we try to analyze the thing, what is the effect of these amines also. We will check this here, what is the effect of the effluent on the plant growth, what is the effect on this, all the studies you do, then you will confirm the thing whether it is, otherwise amines also once again recirculated to the system. So there is a need to okay. So the what I previously. So you forget about this part, I don't know why it happens. So we enter into this mediatorless MFC in industry. We faced 3 issues. One is to be the biological side, another one is to be the physical side, one is nothing but your chemical side. Biological side, the problem is actually how do you extract the electron from the cell to electrode. That is the big challenging one. So because we know the thing, the redox potential of the electrode is to be more important. So any electrode have the high potential, it accept the more electrons. The problem is actually, the anode job is actually, it accept the electrons, immediately donate the electron to the cathode itself. Now you understand what is the importance about the anode. So there are a lot of the electrodes are present in the industry. Chemical industry, because fuel cell is very known to everyone. So already the electrodes are, lot of the electrodes are there. But the problem we faced is actually that electrodes are not for the MFC, because that electrodes are very toxic to the microbes. Because the chemical engineering people or chemical industries, they use the electrodes are platinum electrode. But the same platinum I can use to for here, this platinum is toxic to the microbes. So the another problem we faced is actually effluent. Because I have clearly mentioned the thing, industrial wastewater act as the source for the anode chamber. If I use the industrial effluent, it contains so many impurities, sulfur and this copper. There are a lot of the metallic oxides are there. What happens if the particular platinum electrode can be used, totally the effluents damage the electrode also. So that particular electrode is very toxic to the microbes, as well as your industrial effluent also very toxic to the electrode, whatever the commercially available till date. So the challenge for us is actually, if you go for the microbes, you specifically develop the electrode for your MFC system. That is the first challenge we faced. The second thing, come to the physical side, I mentioned the thing, the anode as well as the cathode chamber separated by the Nafion membrane. So here the Nafion membrane is very costly. The Nafion membrane is the proton selective membrane. It only allows the H+ ions. In chemical cell, it is not an issue. Whenever you come to the microbial fuel cell, industrial effluents are there. There are so many cations, anions are to be involved in the effluent. So it does not allow these protons to pass through the Nafion membrane. So other ions, positive ions also move past through the Nafion membrane. Then ultimately the diffusion of the H plus ions to be reduced. Once your H plus ion does not move from the anode to cathode, reduction does not take place properly in the cathode chamber. That is another issue we faced. The third one is nothing but the chemical side. So you particularly in cathode chamber, oxygen reduction takes place more. You know the thing, redox potential of oxygen is 0.82 volt. So to increase the reduction rate, in between there are the mediators also to be added. Normally they will add this air potassium ferricyanide. But if it is industrial scale, potassium ferricyanide is also to be not permitted. So lab scale, okay, we add this potassium ferricyanide to increase the oxygen reduction rate. But it does not happen in the industry. Okay. So some of the challenges, those just we identify the microbes. After that we develop the other accessories with respect to microbes. That is a big challenge we faced. The microbiology job is one part is over. Easily they identify the culture. Easily they will plate it. Easily they put it in the, they got the approval. They can transfer to the system. That part is over. MTCC number, everything is to be ready. After that actually we can make use of to our industry. So that time the remaining other accessories we can develop. So that time actually some microbiologists are to be along with us. Then it is easy for the things how to develop that accessory towards particular microbial system. So here already I have mentioned the thing, there is whatever the electrodes are available, that is not sufficient for the microbial system. So I need to develop some electrode material unique for the MFC. The another one more thing, we need lot of the culture, it is the self-mediating bacteria, we cannot add this there synthetic mediators. So we are in the need of the native electron shuttles. The microbes itself produce the mediators produced by the microorganism itself. That kind of the bacteria is still we are required. The Pseudomonas aerogenes is the one culture. One culture is not sufficient to degrade all the pollutants. That we need the microbial consortia. All the microbes in the microbial consortia should be the self-mediating. Then you can improve the power. Otherwise only degrade, the power density is very less. That is the problem we faced. So just simply one diagram I go show thing. It is the two chamber. It is not the big system. It is the two chamber system, anode as well as the cathode. It is separated by the Nafion membrane. Here it is the textile effluent. Here it is the potassium ferricyanide. It is only to increase the oxygen reduction. Without color, the only water as well as air, it should be in the white color. So that's all. We need to improve the reduction rate. We will add it here. So this is the system. It is the Nafion membrane separated by the thing. But the electrode space is more. Then your travel by the electrons is also to be more. Power density is to be less. So we try to change the whole system after the optimization of all the process. It is called as two-chambered system. Two-chamber because it separated the anode as well as the cathode. Nowadays we work on the single-chambered system. There is no separation between the anode as well as the cathode. The electrode spacing is to be reduced. So here how we prepare the electrodes. So we study this number of the microbial cycle, the electron cycle with respect to each and every microbes. Then we identify what are the cofactors are involved, how the cofactors are improve the microbial growth. Based on the thing we take the certain metal salt. Just we have this graphite powder. This graphite powder we mix with the number of the metal oxides. So here these are the metal oxides. These metal oxides are not toxic to the microbes. We try to understand the thing what is the optimum concentration is to be required, because we know the thing any metal salt is exceeds, it is also toxic to the microbial growth. Then ultimately we consider all the part graphite powder and metal salt, we mix together, we molded into one electrode shape. But that time you can't easily mold it. We will add this some resins. That resins is nothing but your epoxy resin. Just we try to make it out some electrode material that is unique for the particular culture. It is the Pseudomonas. Based on the Pseudomonas metabolites, based on the Pseudomonas cycle chain, I try to find out some of the salt are not toxic. So based on the thing we will add it actually. What is the use of the salt? What is the need? I have already mentioned the thing that the electrode plays an important role. So graphite or carbon, it is the good conductivity. It everyone knows. But however redox potential is not there. In a microbial fuel cell, which one is to be more important? Conductivity is more important. Apart from the thing, your redox potential of the electrode is to be more important. You're ready to extract the electron from your cycle chain. You know this electron transport chain, right? You're starting with this say minus 0.45 volt. Then they put us the minus 0.43 volt. Like that, they put us the redox potential for the each and every ATP. So you try to find out the thing. There are 3 ATPs formed. Our objective is to extract the electron up to 2 ATP. You will not touch the last one because that amount of the electrons are needed for the growth of the culture. Only 2/3 only diverted to the power density. That is our main objective. So you more, with respect to particular thing, you more give the importance to different salt we take. So different salt as well as the graphite powder we mixed. Then after that we do lot of the characterization. We identify all the electrodes of the conductivity with redox potential. That redox potential job is extract the electron from the bacteria. You donate the electron to the cathode. So in between the range should be there. So here, so that are the things actually we go for the thing. So here we try to identify there are different dyes. The thing is maxima is nothing but your, these are the few without any modification, only 1.2 fold increase only. But here the problem is actually why the current is to be very less. Then after that we found out the thing is actually, the problem is actually we faced is actually epoxy resin. All the resins are to be non-conductive. We add the binder, right, actually that is non-conductive. So after that actually once again microbiologists they identify the thing C1L on bacteria. I have already mentioned the thing. In Pseudomonas it releases the metabolites, that is the phenoscience, which act as the mediator. But C1L does not release any mediators. Instead of the thing, the cell, outer cell itself, it has the nanowires. They are this conductive material. So they identify the thing. So we thought instead of the thing we replace the non-conductive resins, why we add this conductive polymers to the system. So once again we add the conductive polymers. Ultimately the power density was improved. Almost it is 12 times improved than that of the. This is the thing how our system MFC starts from this without mediator, with mediators. Then we go through the without mediators. Then how the power can be improved by your. How the power can be improved. This is the way actually. So now you understand the thing how microbiologists help us to improve the world technology for the industry. At least okay, you'll understand the thing. I didn't explain all the chemicals and characterization. Today just I try to give the eye opening to all the microbiologists, how your microbes to help us to move from the lab scale to the industrial scale. This is the thing. Okay, how the power can be developed, how we work on the thing, how to be develop the electrode specifically to microbes and all the things. The next slide shows it is the thing. So I try to find out the thing. One Pseudomonas aeruginosa, the culture number is MTC 2474. It is basically we have some curiosity. So why we not bring it out so many Pseudomonas aeruginosa in and around the world? So we thought each microbes produce a different phenoscience. All Pseudomonas aeruginosa produce the phenoscience, but the different phenoscience. That's the reason some culture Pseudomonas, your plate should be in red. Something is in blue. Something is in with a green. So as a chemical engineer, we try to work on the thing. We try to find out the MTCC, only the Pseudomonas, but the strain number are different. So each one produce the different phenoscience. Pyocyanate, pyrorubin, tuberomycin, oxychlorophyll. So ultimately, each and every culture, they have the different metabolic activity, different metabolites. Of electron extraction efficiency also to be differ. So this is the way we try to identify the thing. These are the phenoscience are to be available. Okay, but just you know only the Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Behind the screen, which each and every Pseudomonas aeruginosa produce the different types of phenoscience. This phenoscience only help us to extract the electron from the cell, as well as it degrade the waste. It also generate the power. I hope importance about the culture now. Okay. So leave it actually. So this is the thing actually one. So so now I got an idea. So anyone tell the what is the benefits of MFC? You leave it as such. Yeah, next slide. Any idea actually what is the benefits of the? So I have already mentioned the thing. It has the dual objective, dye degradation as well as the power generation. It was happened in the thing. How the brown color is reduced to white, that is your azo is reduced to amines. Then the parallelly the power generation also to be happen. So I suggested the industry also, instead of the potassium ferricyanide, why we use this dyes act as the catholyte, because this dyes also act as the redox potential. So nowadays those who are all working in the potassium ferricyanide as the additionally they add the one more chemical. So instead of the thing directly they use this azo dyes, then ultimately there is a MFC is used for the dual purpose. Both any pharmaceutical industry along with we were actually in Madras only we consider there are these 27,000 of these sold can be happen per day. So, but these are this waste contribution. So we know go to the fish market, we take the whatever we need, we take it, remaining everything act as the waste. That is to be in the any fish market. We know there are number of the markets are there, but we survey that survey based on this thing, 3 market sector we take it out. That are the amount of the waste generated. Almost Chennai only it is 96 markets are there. But you understand the thing how many fish waste generated in Chennai itself. So that is the one problem actually. So this is the one case. You remember the other case in CLRA, you know the leather industry are to be very famous. There you know the thing leather comes from this goat or any skin. So the dehairing is to be the most important. The dehairing normally, which enzymes normally they use? Protease. So we thought the fish waste contains more amount of the protein as well as the more amount of the waste. But here one group they use this some chemical for the dehairing thing in CLRA as well as the leather industries. So we thought actually why we try to combine both the things. So we collect the fish waste. We try to find out this what is the amount of the protease are there. Okay, next slide. Here I taken the thing actually I collect this fish waste. We take the 2 product, we identify the thing. Some feed, next slide. The protease are there. Another one more thing, you crush it, you get the fish oil also. Two things are present in the waste itself, not in the main fish. Anyway, it is used for our food. So whatever the unused food, unused waste are there, it can be used for to extract of the enzyme, that is your protease. Another one is to crush it. There are another application that is nothing but your fish oil. So you go for the thing of this here you can use the thing. Normally they do this conventional dehairing. They use the lime and as well as the sodium sulfur. So lime as well as the sodium sulfate is the main problem for the leather industry. That is the reason most of the time actually they pollute the environment. There are most of the time faces the problem on the pollution control board, because after the liming, reliming also there, everything is to be wasted only. There are these sodium sulfate. So here, then another thing actually, someone do the sulfate free enzyme assist process. Lime is 10%, enzyme is 5%. This enzyme is nothing but our protease enzyme only, it is a commercial one. Then enzyme acetate, it is the minimum sulfate. These are the A, B, C is nothing but that is the general process. Then another one more thing is actually enzymatic process free of lime and sulfate. You will do all the deherring process, just we try to what is the improvement in the environmental side. Here you can see, these are the total slides are there. What is the BOD, COD as well as the sulfate and lime. Here you can see the thing, enzymatic deherring. This enzymatic deherring is nothing but whatever the protease extracted from the fish waste. It is not the commercial enzymes. Almost 81% total salt is to be reduced when compared to normal conventional deherring. Because conventional deherring we use the lime. Here it is not the lime as well as the sulfate. So similarly you can compare, BOD is also to be there, then COD also to be reduced. So we know the thing, sulfate and lime I never used. So ultimately we can see the lot of the improvement is there. So why I have mentioned the thing, fish waste is nothing but your waste. You take the fish waste, you put it as the feed for the dog or something, it is also useful. Okay, normally they use for this air composting, they used as the feed for the any chicken, poultry like that, actually they will put it. But it's the low value product. Your job is actually, you do extraction or you do something for the society. Ultimately, you give this air valorization to the waste also. You try to make this air low value product to high value product, then only most of the industry come and put the money on your head. If it is low value, no one can come forward to take your technology. So normally I put as the feed, no one come forward. But if it is replace the protease enzymes, lot of the technologists will come and take our technology, we patent it, we transfer it. This can be possible for this year. You transform the waste to high value end product. Then only you get the more money. Then only the industry will use of it, your technology. Otherwise, it is said to be the low cost one. So this is one of the thing I need to show. So everyone, that is another one is nothing but the next slide actually. Here, this is nothing but one of the food waste incinerator machine. This is the novelty of the machine. So everyone knows actually food waste, either you go for the composting or either you go for the incineration and all the things. Here this job is actually just here it is the hooper. It is similar as that of the sugarcane crusher. So we developed the thing actually, this is the hooper. You will put it all the waste, food waste, it crushed into pieces. Here it is nothing but your fermentation vessel with movable lid. Here there are this microbial consortia that is called as the bouquet. Some specific name are there because effective microorganisms. These effective organisms I get it from only the kitchen waste. You connect with the rice as well as brawn and wheat grain. So many things are mixed. Then finally we get some effective microorganisms. Initially we take the culture from the wherever we vessels are cleaned in the kitchen waste. From the canteen, like that we take the soil, we isolate number of the microbes. That microbes can be, once again it is adaptation takes place, acclimatization with so many grains, then finally we get the effective microorganisms. Within 7 days, that ultimately all the food waste can be converted into some compost. It is to be very useful. There is no smell, only small amount of the leachate comes out. It can be also used as the food, that is the gardening. So here, automatically it moves around. Automatically move. Food waste, Here I put as the food waste recycler. Here that is here where the microbes plays the role. Here the effective microorganisms, one package actually we frame, that is to be the pattern one. We put it here, only it is the 2 weeks of the incubation. There is no smell, there is no heat requirement is not needed. So the incineration never, there is no energy cost and all the things. Just 2 weeks of the incubation. After that we get the some of compo. It can be entered into the pellet machine, then we make it to pellet. And it is for the easy for packing. So this pellet is to be used for the anywhere actually. Either sometimes it is used as the soil fertilizer, sometimes it is used as a soil conditioner. So soil conditioner is be okay. If it is used as the fertilizer, ultimately we match the NPK. So we add this here other materials also. So how we can choose the other materials? We do all the analysis. Some were actually, one example I show. I will add it with the prawn waste. Okay, so prawn waste, crab waste, eggshell. There are this pellet is there. After that you add it. As a science, you know actually what is the composition should be finalized. So you touch one waste, you try to what's the drawback about that waste. How do you use the another waste? You match that part. You try to make it to high value end product. Then ultimately, one industry waste, it can be used for the another industry. That is the way how nowadays we move from the linear economy to circular economy. There is no need. Same waste can be used by the same industry. You can transfer to the other industry you act as the input. There are so many crabs are there, crab shell, there are this prawn, there are a lot of the waste are there in our country. So you can make use of it, you try to make it out to be equalized, how to make this pellet to be from soil conditioner to fertilizer. So you will study all the process. Just after that you put it in the field test, how the plant will grow. For which plant it is a specific. These are our jobs. We try to transfer our technology. I hope actually you understand where your microbes, how do you do all the things. This is the another example I have shown. The next one. So this is the thing actually, another one more example actually. Because actually it is the interesting one actually. We as a ladies we know actually we prefer the color for our dress. Correct? At the same time we prefer the jute as well as the cotton, any fiber, the natural sarees. Nowadays we got 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. The problem is actually behind the screen. We get the fiber easily. All the fiber are to be wasted only. But however, you know all the fibers are brown in color. How many of you see the thing? If you see the coconut, jute, everywhere it is the brown in color. The problem is actually all the fiber consists of the cellulose. Cellulose is the more important to give the strength of the fiber. But however, another one more chemical is there. It gives only the disturbance to us, that is lignin. So lignin imparts the dark brown in color. So if you consider your jute or anything is in the brown in color, you put it in the fabric, that brown color give this your light color saree as well as the medium colors, because all are in brown color. It is very difficult for this dyeing process, because dark brown does not take this another one more dye. So our main objective is to remove the lignin from the fiber. So that is the first part. Once if you remove the lignin, then after that you can see the fiber, it is to be very soft. Then at the same time your tensile strength should not be affected, but color can be removed. It is to be the fiber to be soft, then it is easy for the spinnability. Without spinnability we cannot get the fabric. So general process is actually hydrogen peroxide they use to bleach the lignin. So H2O2 if you put it actually, then ultimately brown color lignin can be removed. That is the normal thing they do in this Erode and Salem side. This is the one process. Anybody come from this Kerala, you know the thing actually, it is water is the black water. They will put all the fiber to that place. It is a lot of the microbes are involved. It degrade the lignin. But however, nowadays the government also not allowed to do this natural retting process, because your lignin is degraded into phenolic compounds. Previously that knowledge is not there. Nowadays the black is also not to be permitted in the Kerala itself. So ultimately everyone come for this once again the chemical bleaching. So but chemical bleaching problem is actually it affects the human health. So that is the reason actually who will do the spinnability of fiber, it is not possible of the chemical ready. This is the one problem here. Problem 2. The problem one, we are the India, we have this so many agro residues are there, all are act as the waste. You understand the thing how we approach the problem. You try to identify the two problems parallelly, how to give this a solution based on these two. Anywhere you can see I show a lot of the examples. Everywhere I try to link two issues. Then only it is easy for to get the one solution from one thing. So easily can reach the some, at least finally something you get it in your life. So here all this is biomass. So we try to think about why this waste can be used for production of these air enzymes. So which microbes are more grown in agro residues? Agro residues, microbes அப்படினாலே as a microbiologist எது ஞாபகத்துக்கு வரணும்? Bacteria வருமா fungus வருமா? Your enzyme, that is nothing but your biosoftening chrysoporium, you put it in the fire, anyway this chrysoporium break the lignin. So whatever the extracellular enzymes, and the extracellular enzymes present only in the spent liquor. Our product is nothing but your biosoftened fiber, not this spent liquor in 2002. We thought it is also waste one. In 2017-18, suddenly bioethanol come. So they give the more options to this ethanol biorefinery. That time they told actually biorefinery, bioethanol is to be okay, but one product considers to be the waste, that is nothing but your lignin. Anywhere you go for the sugarcane baga, same thing only. Your all the cellulose is converted to the sugar, but lignin present is to be underutilized in the biorefinery, in this glucose biorefinery. Then after that, nowadays they think about the thing why we cannot use the word lignin biorefinery. Upper we try to remove the lignin first. Then after that, actually that remaining part is goes to the cellulose, is go to the sugar. So how do you extract the lignin? So we use certain enzymes. We thought now. So initially, your 2002 actually biosoftened fiber. This is goes to the textile, that is go to the coir industry. But nowadays, once again, we take our research. We try to find out this what is the enzymes present in the wash, the spent liquor. So we try to identify there are this number of the enzymes are there. Specifically our enzymes are this LIP, MNP as well as LAKs. Lignin peroxidase, manganese peroxide as well as the LAKs. There are 3 enzymes mainly present in the spent liquor. These enzymes are used for the nowadays. You extract the lignin and the lignin can be degraded by these 3 enzymes. You will get these certain chemicals. That chemicals are this main thing to replace the some of the chemicals required for the polymer industries. But lignin is a big chain. You know the structure of the lignin. You break down into small molecules. So how do you break it actually? What is the optimization we do? It can be, research is going on with respect to this spent liquor in after 2017 onwards. So these are the things I can show that how the characteristics of the thing. So how the 14 to 30% reduction, then these are the different agro residues, how to remove this lignin. So here you give the more important. So whatever the agro residues, after the agro residues, your dye uptake, you can see the thing, how the dye uptake is improved, but at the same time, which one should not be, tensile strength should not be affected. Spinnability to be improved. So that kind of the optimization we do. How do we do the optimization? Incubation period can be maintained by us, no other option for us. So these are the some of the tools some of the examples I showed to you. So similarly we work on the other things actually I didn't show here. But instead of the thing actually your faculty requested me actually how to take over this some of the higher studies. What are the facilities are there in our university? So actually normally where you are MSc, MPhil is not needed for us to do the PhD in Anna University. MSc is enough for us. But however actually normally as a guide actually normally we prefer the students, they get this some stipend, it is easy for us. Without stipend, nowadays actually students are emotionally weak. That is the reason I put the one thing actually, efficient use of both IQ and EQ, that is to be intellectual as well as the emotional quotient, both are to be needed because both are the qualities of the head and heart. So you don't have the money, then later you come to register the PhD. If it is any characterization, if you anything is to be recognized, immediately you are stressed. So everyone thought it is not like the MSc, within 2 years you never get the degree. It is to be the research. 1 year actually is to be required to complete your coursework. So after second year you start the research, you failed somewhere, once again you rechange your objectives, similarly you go. So as of us actually maximum in third year only we are very clear what will you do in another 2 years. Minimum actually the 4 years is required with respect to biology side. If it is the engineer, it may be 3 years. But if it is the biologist or the science with engineering part, whatever the thing work I show, it is all under some PhD work. At least minimum they spend 4 to 5 years. So without 5 years actually how we are strong, some minimal stipend is with you. So ultimately I understand the thing, you at the age of 22 we never depend on our parents. That is your goal. So one option you write the gate. So you have this gate. We have in the openings of this AICT-ADF option is there. So through the thing actually you come and do the thing. Otherwise, particularly for women, there are so many openings are there. Voice, that is a woman scheme. UGC, there are single girl child scheme. There are number of the schemes are available specifically for the girl students. You apply that part, through the thing actually you come and join there. So otherwise actually if you know anyone, you will approach them. You will do some internship or some project there. Meanwhile, actually, with the help of the guide or mentor, you write some proposal to the somewhere. You get the fund, then you join as the JRF as well as the SRF. After that, you register the PhD. So there are number of the options are there. You will apply. You can see the thing actually. What are the things are there in the some website, DST website, DBT. So these are the websites. There the government bodies are there. You can put, you will get the fund for your PhD. But as of now, I consider a lot of the opportunities for the girl students when compared to guys. That's the reason today actually majority of the girl students in our university because they will get the stipend through some route. Nowadays actually STEM is there specifically for the women. So a lot of the funds are the single child, UGC, anyone of the single child, you will get the fund, you will approach the thing. Then actually I have mentioned the thing AICT, ADF, it is for both guys as well as the girls. Some boys that is particularly for the women. That are the things are there actually. You can apply it actually, like that actually a lot of the internships are also opening. So 1 year internship, don't think like that, you can make use of it, you can rise. Another one more thing maybe, you are the final year students, RICE, now it's opened by the DBT. It is specifically for, I think it is I didn't remember it is girls or guys, actually it is the RICE. There are 2 months internship in Andhra, minimum 2 months to maximum of 6 months. You go through the thing, the biocon, there are certain industry, they will take you, they will provide the 6 months training to you. Later on, based on your interest, they provide the job. So likewise, actually nowadays, lot of the schemes are opened in the universities along with some industry. Other they feel that then nowadays actually the PhD is not needed. Instead of the thing, we improve the skill development for the particular for person, then it is easy for the industry also. They need to give the more salary. At least ahead of the time, they give this training to the students. So the skill development now is particularly for this biotechnologist RISE scheme is to be open. But it is not in it is in the Andhra something actually, but it's a good one actually. Then it's connected with some industries. Just pick it out. They will connect the interview. They will select it. They will hand over to you to the particular industry. They will train you. After that, whether you like it, you will get it. Otherwise, anyway, the monthly stipend is there. So these are the number of the openings are there. You can improve yourself. How you transfer from this science to industries, technologies. You keep it everything in only in your science ground, then it is very difficult actually. So you have this knowledge in all the things. So I know actually most of the people didn't like mathematics. There is no need of the mathematics for this thing. know, actually, not only you, BTech biotechnologists, normally they never like mathematics. I don't know how they enter into the engineering campus. It is the problem between the BTech biotechnology with other BTech chemical engineering as well as petroleum engineering. I handle almost 10 years for the BTech biotechnology students. Then only I will handle the chemical engineering, petroleum, then industrial safety. But in biotechnology that time, whenever I write that equation, they never listen to us. That is the reason I remove all the equations in all the slides. So it is not new to me. I know very well actually how the biotechnologist brain is there. So here it is the one part, but nowadays actually you face the competitive world. It is need to improve your creativity as well as the innovative, not mathematical equation. There are a number of the softwares available. So you need to adapt to that part. Without statistics, you cannot develop any tool or any sensor. So slowly, one by one, there is no need 200 out of 200. Now it's plus two is over. But now you read the mathematics for your interest. So a specific tool, lot of the softwares are there. You will understand thing, you apply it. That's all. So how you get this kind of exposure? You come out of the thing, you go to different technology university. So it's the best way actually. Nowadays the projects are given to the science. Previously it is not like the engineering college, they give only to the engineering students. Arts only given to the art students. It is not like that. So you come out of it. Don't fear about the engineering campus. All are equal. Just you do the project in somewhere. Nowadays actually I tell the thing actually. Every time actually the faculty of the 8 students for PhD. Under me there are 8 students. Previously it is 12. Nowadays they reduced to 8. So 8 normally I give the seat 4 to engineers, 4 to science. Why I prefer the science? Huh? So one is to maintain the lab clean. That is the main difference between the engineering as well as they never come and do this beaker cleaning. They feel they are thought as they are only the machine cleaning, the lab cleaning. Another one more thing is actually they thought actually they do more than that, but never touch the pH meter. That is the instrumentation. They never fear about the big motor and all the things, but they fear about the pH meter, conductivity meter, flame photometer and all the things. So instrumentation maintenance. I like the chemistry instead of chemical. I say chemical engineer. Instead of the chemical engineer, I choose one chemistry. The reason is to maintain all my instruments. So I have the BTech biotechnology students, BTech food technology, BTech chemical engineering, but I give one opening to either MSc microbiology or MSc biotechnology. The main purpose is to maintain all my culture. That is the success. That's what I share everything. All the culture, fungal, all culture avanga maintain panni vekkano. Fumigation, engineers never do. So the importance there, you understand the thing. We thought actually, because our job is actually whatever we give without any science, one day we succeeded. We mix it. We does not know the reason why we mixed so many things. But one mixing will get some product. That is the statistical optimization. But your mixing is entirely different from our mix because you need to know why we mix these two things. You thinking, it takes more time. But engineers, they will come and without thinking, immediately they mixed. They tell, ma'am, this is a statistical optimization, this is the tool, they get some product. They does not know why the product can be formed. After product formation, we try to find out what is the application. So this is the way actually how. That's the reason one lab to be succeeded is nothing but depends on both the game player are required. Both science as well as the engineering are there. Then it is easy for the particular team to be succeed. So that's only my advice is you come out of it, you go and do the thing actually. IIT also same culture is there. They give the opening to both science as well as the engineering. So everyone knows some weakness are mathematical software, you will run it, you will get it programmed now. Immediately I never give it to science. I give it to engineering. So some difference. So everywhere as a teacher we know finally we need product. Whom should I give? It is our job. So everyone has a certain strength, everyone has their some weakness. So it is automatically grown up. That's one of my request. You come out of the science, you go and approach some different technical university, technical institutions. Don't fear about it. Any mathematical tool or any equation, don't fear about it. So bioprocess engineering, I hope actually Schuler and Kargi, how many of you read it? Enzymes oda nikka koodadu. Enzyme inhibition, equations போட்டு line your blood plot oda nikka koodadu. You go for the different graph. So slowly one by one and then you develop the sensor. Appa they prefer you. You understand the thing why I have mentioned. So today morning actually one ma'am has said about that all the things. Without mathematical they can't develop any tools. So at least that kind of mathematics you improve yourself. That is my tips for you how to come out of this science to technologist. Literally we need the science. Okay. Thank you. If there is any doubt.
When it comes to energy, we are using a single chamber.
It is optimization. Directly you pour the one thing actually here I take the culture, then actually I will put it on the thing. In summer actually the enzymes are there. Enzymes already produced. That enzymes you put it actually in the thing. That time your fiber is very less. Maybe directly you pour the enzymes instead of the microbial growth also. So here we thought actually jute or coconut are very strong.
Okay.
So that is the reason initially in village side you can see the thing and the naarla uripanga theriyuma ma'am. They will put it in the water only. That is the natural letting process. Same thing actually we are duplicated here. But anga aerobic bacteria is there in the water itself. But here we put as the white rot fungus. But it is very dark actually, it's very strength. But in bamboo you feel it is very, there is no need to put the thing or culture on the thing. Instead of the thing you produce the enzymes. That enzymes you pour it actually. So these enzymes are in the liquid state. How I mixed with this, I add some talc powder or geolite, you get it in the powder. So automatically that powder I throw it. Automatically it will be degraded.
I have a doubt, ma'am. In microbial fluorescence, you said we'll be using the Pseudomonas aerosmos. Why can't we try with any fungi or algae which produce biosciences?
Sir, you try to identify the thing. We need some self-mediating culture. So once if we have this, you never, any microbes you can use, you never add this any external mediators. That is our objective. Here I took the Pseudomonas aerogenes, I go for the most of the textile effluent, already they have so many Pseudomonas.
Pseudomonas population is heavier and that will suppress the growth of all
Both
the
of the
other
other,
things.
though that's the reason we more work on the Pseudomonas. But see, till now actually there is no identification of the any bacteria in India. Pseudomonas also identified this rabbit in South Korea only. So only this is the first paper. My paper is the second paper. How the different Pseudomonas produce the different phenocines. So that is the one of the main paper actually. Anyway, remaining part and everything is nothing but your geobacter and similar. That's what I give this one opening to all. You go and see the anywhere actually any color change is there. Some culture are doing the redox potential job.
Ma'am.
About fuel cells, is there any efficiency of how much energy output is there?
So that's what I get. Only they say 60 to 70% actually will get it. To 70%. Otherwise it is to be the toughest challenging one. So the reason is actually I have mentioned the thing. The Nafion membrane is to be very costly. Some leakage we can use thing. It is very difficult. Certain operation parameters suddenly change. It affect the growth of the culture. So if you make everything goes well, then you can maintain the 60 to 70% efficiency. If I go for this duplicate or triplicate for the same system, the 70% efficiency is maintained for the at least 5 to 6 times. That's the reason we put as a 60 to 70.
If instead of using the microorganism which you are trying, because you have chosen the organism which have the adapter.
To oxidize.
Yeah. So, do you try to identify the genes which are responsible for this?
Yeah, that's what I call. You can do that part. That are the openings that are the lot of the microbiologists are doing. But basically, I am a chemical engineer. So I am a chemical engineer. I didn't touch the genetic engineering as well as the immunology. So remaining part I copied from all the science. But genetic engineering, immunology, I never touched it. So cancer biology, that kind of the thing. Genes actually, that kind of the never we do that part actually. If you are interested, you can take some modifications in that part. You can use the thing actually to improve the production of the metabolites.
Yes, ma'am. So if we identify the gene itself, then other organism which may be better suited for
Yeah,
it,
that are the science. Yeah, they are doing actually. This kind of the work the others are doing.
And also about the electrodes you have used, you mentioned carbon electrodes are not suitable for microbiology.
Not carbon electrodes, platinum electrodes.
Oh yeah, platinum electrodes and carbon electrodes you said.
Silver electrodes, whatever the electrodes is required for the fuel cell. Because actually you know the thing, fuel cell or any electrode you can think it is very thin. But here we need to give this a more surface area for the growth of the culture. Bacteria should adhere on the electrode, then only will electron transfer easily happen. So the biocompatibility we can provide it. So that is the reason actually why we fabricate more electrodes specific to MOC.
Currently, I am using glass carbon electrode for my electrode as well. So,
Glass carbon electrode, I feel the adhesion is very less. Bacteria should be attached on the electrode first. So it does not, it is very smooth. Then bacteria cannot be adhered on your thing. So bacteria adhered on the thing, it makes the surface to be. Another one more thing, glass electrode, they didn't have any redox potential. Our conductivity is also to be, I'm not very sure or something like that. So a lot of the carbon electrodes, this is the first time work on thing, lot of the carbon electrodes are available in the market without any modification. You can do it. lot of the carbon cloth are available. You make the carbon cloth, then actually there are two types. One is complete bulk modification. Bulk modification means powder plus you mix anything, you completely mix. Surface modification, you use the word classic carbon. You take, that is the electrode. You make some coating using some electrochemical techniques, that is the surface modification. After surface modification, you do maybe some improvement in your power density. It is to be possible. These are two things. Bulk modification or either you go for the surface modification. So these are the chemical, physical, lot of the changes are required. But if you are more biologist, you go do for the genetic engineering side. If it is there to be in the chemistry side, you come this side, that's all.
Ma'am, if you are going to go with the surface modification over the glass thing, binder should be used now.
There is, depends upon the thing, what kind of the polymerization
so
we do.
binder will also
But normally
produce
I never
charges,
prefer
no?
this classic carbon for the surface modification. Better you go for this carbon cloth, carbon fiber sheet is available in the market. You take it out, after that you do this polymerization of anything on your thing. Polyaniline, you can coat on the thing. So all the electrodes are never used for all the absorption process. So you try to find out the thing, which technique can be used for coating. First you finalize the thing, which polymer, which metal you want to plan to coat. Then you try to identify which is the base material.
As you said, there is a drawback in the bacteria adhering to the electrode. Why can't we go with those bacteria which forms biofilms?
Biofilms, that's what actually, which bacteria. You know the thing actually, I try to, this topic actually initially, we make it out some electrodes. That not the electrode, that electrode is we need some metal, that metal should not allow this bacteria to grow. Initially, before my MFC, some people are working on this corrosion to avoid this microbial corrosion. How we started our research, let's say I give the example, microbial corrosion, I need to prevent the microbial corrosion in the heat exchanger. I didn't think about the MFC. I started my thing is actually microbial corrosion because we are the engineers, we have the problem in the heat exchanger, the fouling. The heat exchanger everywhere the fouling happens. The fouling means actually any metal salt in your water bath everywhere you can see any salt deposition occurs, then ultimately it affects the heat transfer efficiency. So if it is more water salt present on the thing, sometimes the circuit also broke, shock also to be happened. The same thing happened in the heat exchanger, wherever the sea water is there. If it is Aichik or Kalpakam, somewhere we go there, it is sea water can be used. Sea water have the number of the microbes. So these microbes accumulated on the heat exchanger tube, it does not allow this transfer of the heat. So we try to identify some reagents or some coating on the metal, it prevents the biofilm formation. But it is in here, it is ulta. We try to, we started the work like that. Whatever is not used for the microbial corrosion, the same metal can be used for here to improve the adhesion. You understand the thing? The same material, same coating. Our objective is to prevent the biofilm. But we search, we do some work. Finally, we got some improvement on the biofilm adhesion on the material. So immediately we thought, why it does not go? It is useful for microbial fuels. So biofilm adhesion, whatever the metal is used for biofilm adhesion, same metal you cannot use here also. Because if it is the more electrical conductivity, ultimately electron does not transfer to that part. Everything to be optimized. So conductivity as well as the redox potential. So that is the problem actually. It's a good way for both the things actually. You try the research in one way, but if it is the negative, don't depress. You try to find out some other application for that material. That is the meaning for the research. Searchly, you once again do the research. That's the reason I never encourage the students to write the objective at the starting. It is in your mind. You do the experiments, finally you get some result, right? Based on the result only you write the objectives. So your result changes, don't change anything. Don't actually change anything actually without your guide knowledge, or otherwise actually don't change any values. So one paper actually they produce 90%, you got 50%, Don't change it to 50 to 80 or 50 to 90. So whatever the result you get it, you will get it as such. Whatever the result you view as such. Then after that, based on your result, based on your thing, interpret, you try to find out some good application for your output. This is the way you will approach the research. எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு நீங்க தான் டிஸ்கஷன் எழுத போறீங்க. You are only interpretation. அது டெஃபினட்டா ஒரு அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கும். There is no need to duplicate some paper in your report. அப்படி ஒர்க் பண்ணீங்கன்னா டெஃபினட்டா you will get possibilities. Okay. So அதுதான் ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொன்னேன். நான் எடுத்தது against for the biofilm. But வந்தது increase the biofilm formation. So I என்ன பண்ண certain metal வந்து I put for the microbial corrosion, certain metal I go for the microbial fuels. So this is the way you approach the research. இந்த மாதிரி டெக்னாலஜியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணும்போது this is the way. ஏன்னா நம்ம நினைக்கிறது அது மைக்ரோஸ் பண்ணாது. Something is different. So அதோட வேலைக்கு தான் நம்ம சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்கணும் வழிய you will not get the result. அதுக்காக சேஞ்ச் பண்ணாதீங்க ரிசல்ட்.
Now, I'd like to conclude the session once again by thanking Dr. J. Jayapriya for her interesting presentation and gracing us with your valuable time. Thank you, ma'am. I request ma'am to come up on stage for the moment of presentation.
Monica B. from Madras Christian College. Blessy Evangeline. Harini S. from B.S. Abdul Rahman Prison. Soumya A. from SDNB Vaishnav College. Ashika Banu M.R. Kamal Lakshmi V. from Crescent College. Brahmani S, Aravindan S, Lavanya K, Arokya Jessica, S. Janani P. Bhumika A. Merlin Preeta, Shivayarni I from SDMP Vaishnav, Darshana Mary Abraham from MCC, Niranjana from BS Abdul Rahman. Did I leave any of the names from physical poster presentation? Pavitra E, Aisha Fatima I, Irfana Jahan I, Sandhya C, and Blessy Evangeline J. These participants are requested to assemble in the seminar hall 2, just above this seminar hall, at 2:15 p.m. I repeat, the participants that I called out right now are requested to assemble in the seminar hall 2, which is just above this seminar hall, are requested to assemble at 2:15. Thank you. Leaving for a lunch break. After lunch break, all the participants, except for the physical poster presentation, are requested to assemble in this seminar hall. I repeat, at 2 o'clock, the participants are requested to assemble back to this seminar hall, except for the 5 members I called out right now. Thank you.
we have the pleasure to welcoming Dr. Nagabalaji B, Postdoctoral Research Fellow at the Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, IISER, Mohali, Punjab. I request Mr. Mohammad Omar Fazil to introduce the resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Nagabalaji B., an accomplished postdoctoral research fellow in Earth and Environmental Sciences at the prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Mohali. Dr. Nagabalaji brings a wealth of expertise with a PhD in biological sciences, specializing in applied microbiology and environmental science and engineering. Awarded by the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research in collaboration with CSIR, Central Leather Research Institute, Chennai. With over 7 years of hands-on research experience, Dr. Nagabalaji has made remarkable contributions to the fields of microalgae biotechnology, waste management, environmental microbiology, and sustainable resource recovery. His groundbreaking work focuses on developing innovative biotechnological solutions for wastewater treatment, bioenergy generation, and the valorization of organic waste, aligning closely with the principles of the circular economy and environmental sustainability. Dr. Naga Balaji has had international exposure as a visiting researcher at Leibniz University, Hanover, Germany, under the prestigious DAAD funded Indo German Center for Sustainability program. His research on enhancing biomethane production and exploring microbial community dynamics has earned him recognition within the global scientific community. He is a recipient of several accolades, including the Young Researcher Award from CSIR CLRI, Best Oral and Poster Presentation Awards at international conferences, and the IISER in the Institute Postdoctoral Fellowship. His research outputs are well published in high impact journals such as the Journal of Environmental Management, Chemosphere, and the Journal of Cleaner Production. Beyond research, Dr. Nagabalaji is a dedicated mentor and a teaching assistant, shaping the minds of young scientists in the fields of solid waste management, wastewater treatment, and environmental sustainability. Without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Nagabalaji B to enlighten us with his expertise.
And thank you for the wonderful welcome. And it's really a pleasure to be part of this two-day international conference on development of sustainable technologies with Biosciences. Like, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the head of the department of microbiology, Day-1 of College of Arts and Science, assistant professors, and the organizers of this college. So without any delay, I'd like to get into my presentation. So my voice is audible, right? Hope I'm audible.
Yeah, your mic
Yes,
is
sir.
on, sir.
Yes.
So you can see my presentation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my slides are visible. Okay. So the title is Microalgae, a game changer for circular economy, carbon capture, and clean water. So the title itself says the explanation for it, the game changer. So the reason behind was like it shows a significant transition towards the circular economy, carbon capture, and clean water. So So why the sustainability matters? So in the current global scenario, this sustainability is not a option for us. So rather than it's being a necessity and mandatory one for us when the global environmental challenges are concerned. So this pose a critical impact on these global environmental challenges, pose a critical impact on both planet health and sustainability by following things like climate change, pollution, and resource depletion. So when you take climate change, what are the things that contribute towards the climate change? Greenhouse gas emissions, rising temperature, alteration in weather patterns, and rise in sea level. So take the pollution, all three like water, air, and soil pollutions are imposing towards the planet sustainability. So this poses serious threats to the ecosystem and human health. And these pollutions are mainly caused due to the anthropogenic activities, which includes industrial and agriculture activities and waste disposal. And third was like resource depletion. So when you take the resource depletion, like it starts from the fresh water to atmospheric oxygen and minerals, and finally the biodiversity loss, which shows the direct impact on the threats to the economy and the ecosystem, which includes both the land, life in the land, and life in the water. So we are in the urgent need of the development of sustainable practices and policies in a worldwide scenario. So we need a holistic and innovative solutions which mitigates the environmental degradation, fosters innovation, resilience, and equitable development. So when you take the circular economy, so this circular economy is a like a concept which is parallel to the just opposite to the economy that we are following, which is a linear economy, which follows that taking the resources and making the products that we needed, and ending up in the disposal of waste. So which means the over exploitation of natural resources, and massive generation of waste from the resources, and unpredicted level of greenhouse emissions based on that. So this needs to be refined. So there comes the circular economy concept. So where the microalgae playing a role in sustainability? We all know that microalgae is a photosynthetic microorganism which includes the solar energy, that is sunlight and atmospheric CO2 for their energy metabolism. So there's a sequence of pictures you can see. So where the microalgae, like current research is going on, like from the shake flask level to the laboratory to field, which ends in the large scale production with the help of like racewater ponds and photobioreactors. So which gives the impact in wastewater treatment, carbon sequestration, generation of atmospheric oxygen, and finally the biomass that we get from the microalgae, which results in the enormous amount of value-added products. The reason microalgae is playing a major role in sustainability was it has a rapid growth, high biomass productivity, which can able to survive in diverse conditions. Let's say like even in higher cryogenic temperatures and saline environments, and the biomass finally that we are getting is a nutrient rich one. So what are the products that we get from it? Was the biofuels. This biofuels was still in the level of R&D, and people are still like refining the bottlenecks which is there in the production of biofuels. And food, pharmaceuticals, and nutrient supplements are already entered into the commercial market. So other than that, when you consider environmental impacts, so it benefits the and it justifies the term called carbon sequestration and wastewater treatment, and providing the oxygen rich environment and conserving the biodiversity. So these are the topics which will be covered in the following presentation, which focuses on carbon capture, microalgae and wastewater treatment, and circular economy, and microalgae's applications on circular economy, and finally the challenges and future prospects. Obviously, whatever the technology we take and we move forward, we'll face some challenges, right? So that will also be discussed in this. So coming to the microalgae and its carbon capture, we know the climate crisis and CO2 emissions are keep on rising. So this rise in CO2 level, which is from 280 ppm to 420 ppm, it's getting raised due to the human activities like fossil fuel combustion, deforestation, and industrial activities. This 280 ppm to 420 ppm is not from the Stone Age or something like that. It is from the pre-industrial era, which is 1960 to the current day-to-day life. So it was like more than 50% higher than the pre-industrial era, which was reported in US Environment Pollution Agency. Due to this rise in CO2 level, what are the consequences that we are facing? So global temperature rise. When this CO2 is released in the environment and it is chased there, it traps the heat in the atmosphere, thereby it resulting in the extreme weather conditions, that the heat waves that we are facing today during the summer, and ocean acidification. When the CO2 get dissolves in the ocean, so obviously it will resulting in the formation of carbonic acid and hydrogen plus ion, H plus ions, which result in the lowering of pH and resulting in harming the marine ecosystem. So when global temperature is getting rise, we will see the melting of glaciers and ice caps and resulting in the increase in the coastal flooding and some natural disasters that we are seeing, right? So altogether, it is making a complete imbalance in the ecosystem with the shift in the temperature and precipitation patterns, which threatens the biodiversity, agriculture, and freshwater resources overall, like globally. So this CO2 emissions are going to hit 230 ppm by this May 2025, which was highest when you compare the over the 2 million years. So it was reported in the International Energy Audit Report. So considering the Indian scenario when with global CO2 emissions, so for the last 10 years around Europe, America and Canada are started stepped towards their sustainable development. So it results in the decrease in the CO2 levels. But India is being, it's keep on increasing levels of CO2 that we are seeing it. So this CO2 emissions, the major CO2 emissions are contributed by the energy generation, which is increased by more than 1.1% year per year. Like, so we emit 141 billion tons of CO2 per year, globally. So being India is the third largest emitter of CO2, and obviously China will be the first one to emit the CO2. And when you consider the CO2 emission from electricity, so we have that conventional energy generation like coal, oil, and natural gas, which being the top three, and the solar is in the fourth position. The solar, the so-called greener energy that we used to call it as. So we are people are implementing the solar panels. So what is the dark side of this solar panel was for producing this silicon semiconductors. This silicon is melted in the temperature of 1200 degrees Celsius. So before getting into the lifetime, the solar panels are almost releasing the entire CO2, which is going to be released in their entire period of utilization of the solar panels. So this algae, microalgae, will be coming under the category of biomass. So it shows a very less carbon footprint when energy generation is consumed, considered. So almost 18 gram of CO2 per kilowatt hour produced electricity is produced. So this global carbon budget report shows that it crossed more than 41 billion tons of CO2 per year. So how this microalgae is going to capture the CO2? So we know this photosynthesis process. So where this atmospheric carbon is used to produce the energy. So but this is not the matter in microalgae. Along with this photosynthesis, microalgae is exhibiting another one scenario called mixotrophic condition. So it's not only going to take the atmospheric carbon dioxide. When there is a depletion in atmospheric carbon dioxide, or when there is a resource depletion is there, so it can able to utilize the carbon sources which is present in the water. So kind of an when you take for example, we can take wastewater. So wastewater has high BOD content, right? So biological oxygen. It can also utilize that biological oxygen for their energy metabolism. So when comparing to the terrestrial plants, when CO2 capturing and photosynthesis is there, so plants are the most the known one to this world. So when you consider the plants, how this microalgae is going to differ from plants. So plant needs fertile land for their growth, but microalgae does not need any land for their growth. So plant need fresh water for their growth, obviously yes. So when you microalgae is concerned, it can grow in industrial effluents, municipal wastewaters, whatever the water it can grow. Even in saline environment it can grow. So the oxygen that we are breathing now, it was the 50 to 80% of oxygen that we are breathing was emitted by the phytoplanktons in the ocean. So it shows that microalgae can survive in the saline conditions and industrial effluents. And comparing to plant, microalgae is showing a rapid growth. To what level it was like microalgae can capture 2 to 5 times more than the CO2 per unit of biomass. But plants can consume like 1 gram of CO2 per 1 gram of plant biomass during photosynthesis. And this carbon conversion, like this microalgae is composed of 50% of carbon. Let's say like 1 gram of algae contains like 0.5 gram of carbon. So 1 gram of carbon capture is like 3.67 gram of CO2 got fixed. So it seems like the carbon capture is taking 10 times faster than the plants when it is properly provided high surface area to volume ratio with this efficient photosynthetic mechanism. So India is marching towards a net zero emission. Not only India, globally it is marching towards a net zero carbon emissions. So India's target was 2070. It is like given under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change during 2021. So India is contributing to world's 4% of CO2 emitted. So being a land for 70% of world population. So let's look into this funny max behind this net zero. So when you take a mature tree, it needs 25 square meter for their one mature tree takes 25 square meter of the area. So it can able to fix 22 kilogram of CO2 per year. So Earth is composed of like 29% of land area. Let's say 149 million square kilometer. So one tree takes almost like 0.0025 square kilometer. So it means like we can plant 298 million trees. It can able to capture or fix 6.56 billion tons of CO2 per year. But still, we are far ahead than that. So even if we go beyond like to the old Stone Age and we can build our houses on the trees, still we can't able to reach the levels, which is already we have emitted like 41 billion tons of CO2 per year. So it is not mean that a plant cannot able to do. Plant alone cannot make a contribution to that. But when you take microalgae in that, it can able to utilize faster like 2 to 5 times of plants like comparing to plants. And several technologies has been emerged. Not only these natural technologies, several synthetic and artificial technologies has been emerged to capture the CO2. But microalgae is showing a drastic results in utilizing the CO2 from the atmosphere. So here are some case studies which CO2 sequestration in industrial levels. So United Nations Energy Association is fixing a CO2 from the flue gas from the industry, and a Swedish energy group called Vattenfall, which is the third biggest electricity in renewable energy provider in Germany. They are absorbing the greenhouse gases from the coal-based power plants, and Arizona in US is absorbing from the exhaust gas, and a company called Pond Biofuels, they are like absorbing the CO2 from the cement plants, and it is in Canada. So they are the first one to absorb this CO2 from the cement plants. And Algoland from a company called Algoland from Sweden, they are capturing the CO2 from the atmosphere, and they are marching towards net zero carbon emissions. And that's a company called ferrosilicon producer company. It's called Finzord in Norway. They are like they are the production of ferrosilicon, but they are using the fumes from the company, fumes from the factory, and cultivating the diatoms. Diatoms, it's another group of microalgae, species of microalgae, which can feed on CO2, and that from that the biomass they are producing the aquatic feed. So it was collaborated with the Arctic University of Norway. So already all the developed countries have been stepped to that. So India has to. India is not far ahead. India has started already, but they are almost in the R&D conditions. So what are the value-added products that we get from the captured CO2? So these carotenoid, nutraceuticals, and PFOA, which are already in the commercial market, and some biofuels are already in R&D, and some platform chemicals. But other than that, algae-based polymers are getting emerged, replacing the petroleum-derived plastics. So leading to way to biodegradable packaging, sustainable textile materials, and eco-friendly composites. So there's another company called Algix. They are supplying a bloom foam. So they are developing a foam from the algal bloom, which is they are collected from the normal lakes, the eutrophicated lakes. They are collecting the algae from it, and they are developing a resin-based foam, and they supply to a very famous company. We all know that Adidas and Clarks. So they are producing a footwear from that algal foam. So think of the next generation sustainable material for like footwear is going to emerge from the lakes which is surrounding us. So another company called Exxon Mobil and Synthetic Genomics, they are producing a renewable bioenergy. So they are targeting 10,000 barrels per day of biofuel by 2025. So countries like other countries have already stepped into the production of like these value-added products too. So some other food supplement and food and nutrient supplements and animal and aqua feeds are already in the market. So we all know the bottled spirulina and chlorella tablets and powders which are already in the commercial market. And by 2031, spirulina market will increase up to the 1.2 billion US dollars. And apart from this, there are certain other unique things that have been developed in Chinese and Asian countries. So they have stepped into the food products. Not bottled food products. The day-to-day life food products like pasta, noodles, and cookies are already emerged, like made from microalgae, and some protein sources are already in the commercial markets. So still we will face some challenges when we go for large scale. So obviously when life sciences is concerned, like from the lab to the commercial market, there's several bottlenecks need to be sorted out. So energy demand and environmental constraints are one of the major things. So considering the developed countries, there are cold countries, during the winter, this light and CO2 is being a greater issue when microalgae is concerned. But still, natural light can be provided in several other countries. Like Gulf countries are already started using the natural light for production of microalgae. And scaling issues. Obviously, from the shake flask to the pilot plant and the commercial plant, we will face some industrial challenges when microalgae and microbes are concerned. So future perspectives include that advanced genetic engineering. Still, we can enhance the CO2 fixation efficiency of this microalgae by genetically engineered microalgae, and bioengineering approaches like designing and optimizing the bioreactors with integrating AI. So the automation, like artificial intelligence, wherever we go, this artificial intelligence is taking a major role in that nowadays. So on strain selection and hybrid system, this hybrid system is completely different from the current one. So mixing algae and bacteria and making a synergistic approach for the production of microalgae, and some economic improvements need to be done by circular economy and wastewater utilization, which will be seen in the following slides. So microalgae and wastewater treatment. So we all know that we have only 2.5% of fresh water which is available for us, and in that 1.5 is already locked in the glaciers and ice caps. Among that 1%, 70% is used for agriculture and industrial activities, which always resulting in industrial wastewater, agriculture runoff, and domestic sewage, which is also polluting the again natural water bodies. So this increasing demand in population growth, like rapid industrialization, urbanization, and climate change, is what it is resulting was like per year 2 billion people are lacking the access of safe drinking water. So like a report from FAO, like Food and Agriculture Organization, it states that by 2025, 1.8 billion people will result in absolute water scarcity. Let's take an example. We are aware of this Cape Town, which is a capital city of South Africa. They are like in the near of like the 0 day. 0 day in the sense that when they are going to achieve the 0 day, there won't be not even a single drop of water will be provided for residents of that city. So people have predicted, and scientists have predicted that by May or June, Cape Town will reach the day 0. So when we consider all these things like untreated discharge, nutrient load in the natural water bodies, resulting in eutrophication, toxic contaminants, water scarcity, and there are certain regulatory and infrastructure gaps are also there, which also need to be stringent when this wastewater is released in the natural water bodies. And microplastics is almost everywhere in microplastics is there, so which all needs to be fixed. So considering all these things, this sustainable wastewater management is again being a questionable one. So how this microalgae is going to answer for this? sustainable solution for wastewater treatment. Let's say the nutrient assimilation. So when microalgae is going to assimilate the nutrients from wastewater and CO2 sequestration, controlling the eutrophication and maintaining the dissolving oxygen, thereby it is going to make a balanced aquatic environment. So when considering the wastewater treatment, so compared to the like bacterial treatments, so it does not going to produce any sludge or the bacterial waste. Rather than it's going to produce a valuable biomass. So this when the valuable biomass can be used for the production of value-added products too. So obviously the reduction in greenhouse emission will be there and low energy requirement. How this low energy requirement plays a role in this was conventional biological treatment with bacteria. People used to supply oxygen for bacteria, but in that will be completely cut off. When energy requirement is getting reduced, cost will also get reduced, right? So that way we can call it as a cost-effective, eco-friendly. The apt name, this microalgae, will justifies that for the cost-effective technologies. So how this microalgae treat water? These are the only eukaryotes that can fix nitrogen and can able to take both organic and inorganic carbon and with atmospheric carbon dioxide. The term the mixotrophic condition that we have already discussed. So rather comparing to bacteria, it is not going to convert the nitrogen like ammonia to nitrate, like nitrification, denitrification is not going to happen anymore in microalgae. It can directly take the nitrogen compounds, either whatever the nitrogen compounds like ammonia, nitrate, and nitrogen containing organic carbon. Let's say when urea from agriculture runoff, it has nitrogen compounds. Right? It can able to take directly into the cytoplasmic platform and can convert into amino acids. That amino acid will helpful for this photosystem like light cycle, glycolysis Krebs cycle, which follows, and for photosynthetic mechanism too. So these are the photobioreactors and raceway ponds that we worked for, like treatment of wastewater, and it has a capacity of like 10 KLD, which is situated in one in CLRA and another one is in Institute of Chemical Technology in Mumbai. So we have like worked on both the systems. So where this algal based wastewater treatment has been implemented. So when implementation comes to the thing, we need the case studies, right? So New Zealand, USA and China has already entered into that, and they have used municipal wastewater for treatment of municipal wastewater, and they have achieved more than 80-90% of removal efficiency in the removal of nitrogen and phosphorus. So and rather taking the municipal wastewater, China has made one step ahead. They have taken industrial wastewater and removed the heavy metals and textile dyes from the effluent using chlorella with the photobioreactors, and they are the largest. They have the largest production base for the production of microalgae in China. A company called Kingdom K Biotechnology. So from this microalgal biomass, which we got from this phycoremediation, so we can integrate this energy recovery also in this. So what are the energy recovery pathway which can suit for this? Was first biodiesel production and bioethanol, biogas, which comes in biofuels. So lipid-rich based algae can be utilized for biodiesel, and carbohydrate-rich biomass can be utilized for bioethanol and biogas production. So people are being facing challenges in the production of biodiesel. Almost like over 20 decades, people are like in the R&D for the production of biodiesel. So how far they are going to achieve is the next challenges in it. So apart from that, this microalgae can be utilized as a soil amendment for conditioning the soil and fixing the carbon in the soil. So by in the form of fertilizer and biochar, it can be directly used as a fertilizer, and it can be converted as a biochar and used as a soil amendment facilities. So coming to the challenges here also. So operational maintenance. When wastewater treatment plant is concerned, this operational and maintenance cost, it need to be taken into the concern when the when what you can say when the energy and cost factors are concerned. So the seasonal and environmental variability, which lights plays a major role in that, and the integration of existing systems. This integration of existing systems in the sense, so when there is a let's take a commercial plant which is treating the wastewater, people cannot demolish the complete facility that they have, and they can implement the microalgal facility. What we can do with the existing system, it is called retrofitting. This microalgae will fit perfectly into the existing systems which is there. So here are the example of the hybrid system where microalgae and bacteria make a synergistic approach. These are the innovations which are coming ahead, and future directions are like especially artificial intelligence, machine learning, and genetically engineered microbes, and especially decentralized and modular treatments. We can implement small scale treatment for especially for smaller communities, like we can say there are certain apartments are now mandatory wastewater treatment needs to be there when we got need an approval for the apartment or whatever we call it as. So there we can have a small scale plant where these challenges can be easily addressed. So rather than going for a very large scale capacities. So finally, the circular economy approach. So this circular economy approach is a sustainable resource use where the waste reintegration is there, and reduce the waste like waste or disposal or waste formation in it, and restoring within the ecosystem. So this is kind of a closed loop. So where we need to shift from this linear economy where we generate the product and dispose it. We used to reutilize it. The term called recycle, reuse, and reduce will fit into this closed loop. So how microalgae going to justify this was like we can use wastewater rather than reducing the fresh water for production of microalgae, and this biomass can be taken for value-added products, and we can gain a potential economy there. And for production of when we produce some like value-added products, obviously there will be a CO2 emissions will be there from the industry that can be again recycled for the production of microalgae. So which can make a net zero concept with the microalgae. So where it justifies the closed loop mechanism. So here is the term called where green meets blue. So it's called a greener principles meets the blue economy, or blue principles meet greener economy. We can make it vice versa. So this microalgae and sustainability are like hooped up together with their sustainable products, like which is going to contribute in food and feed industry, biofuel production, biopolymers and bioplastics, an alternate for the fossil based plastics, and algae based pharma and cosmetic products are already in the market, which has a high value when compared to the biofuel and all the other things. For example, let's say like astaxanthin is a pigment that is produced from the algae called hematococcal. Is produced from the cyanobacteria, is for utilized for healthcare and skin and cosmetic products. So what are the barriers? First, policy and regulatory challenges. There are still we haven't framed we haven't maintained a proper framework for this microalgae, which needs to be addressed. And second, high initial investment and infrastructure cost. Once the capital investment is a fixed investment, and anyway we are going to get returns from, but it's a long-term returns, but we are still focusing on it. So technological limitations and market uncertainty and consumer awareness, that needs to be clear. This market uncertainty, like people are like in a oscillating mindset, like whether it can able to fulfill the economy that we properly require for the when we go for the commercial market. So what are the opportunities that we can see it as evolving policy frameworks, investment. So government has to increase the funding for it, like giving subsidy to the people who are making a pilot scale or commercial scale algal like microalgal plants. And there should be a public-private partnership. There are several NGOs and CSR organizations has been evolved. So their contribution also need to be made in this microalgal sustainability, and development of cutting-edge research technology for by focusing the biotechnological approach on microalgae, and integrating the artificial intelligence and automation, and finally the circular economy integration. So where the waste to value prototypes needs to be like implemented to reduce the industrial CO2 and wastewater. So where these both are going to become a feedstock for algae. So where we can like reduce the waste generation and reuse it, and we can recover the resources. All can be addressed in the circular economy. So India has started their first step towards this development of liquid trees. That's first outdoor liquid tree was installed in the headquarters of Dharampal Satyapal Group. They are like contributors of like beverages, food products are there from there, and some water conservation measures are also taken from that group. So there's a startup company called Liquid Trees in Noida as hold the hands together with this company and developed a liquid tree. So it was happened in November 24. So it means like India has made a first step towards the like microalgal sustainability. So the vision for 2050, it is not only for India. We can take the global vision for 2050. So we can call it as a green gold for the future. So the whole the conference is going to revolve around this sustainable development goals, right? So in that, so it out of 17 sustainable goals, this one microalgae is going to fulfill 8 sustainable goals out of the 17. It is almost like more than 50% of sustainable development goals can be fulfilled with this microalgae. Like let's say like clean water, clean energy, industry innovation, and sustainable cities and smart cities concept, and responsible consumption and production, which is a major thing needs to be focused when sustainability is concerned, climate action, and finally the life below and in the above water will be fulfilled with this microalgae. So I'd like to thank my team, Dr. Srinivasan and team from CLRI, so for shaping me to this level on this microalgae. So he was one of the chief guests for this conference. So you are aware of it. From that whole tree. So I would like to, I'm feeling very proud to be saying that from, I'm from the team of Dr. S.V. Srinivasan. So thank you one and all. So now the floor is
Thank you,
open
sir,
for you.
for sharing your insights. I would like to open the floor for Q&A sessions. We ask the participant to ask away your doubts in the chat box.
So any questions from audience?
I hope there is no doubts in this session. I would like to conclude the session with a vote of thanks. On behalf of the Department of Microbiology, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speaker, Dr. V. Nagabalaji, for taking his time to share his valuable insights on microbial algae. Once again, I thank you for taking the time to join us with your busy schedule, sir. Thank you.
So thanks for the wonderful opportunity provided by Department of Microbiology, DG Vaishnava College of Arts and Science.
College. S. Kavya, SDNB Vaishnav College, Home Science.
social media will equip them to involve in less pressure, and health implications will also occur like stress, anxiety, depression, behavior, eating disorders like anorexia, bulimia nervosa, every kind of eating disorders will be occur. And overall, the parents, educators, and the policy makers and the awareness program can be conducted to make the peer pressure less. Thank you.
What made you to select this topic?
I felt peer pressure is something which has been there all over the area, coming to adolescents or to the teenagers or to the old people. Everyone has been facing the peer influence, and which indirectly lead to diseases like chronic disease and every disease. It plays some of the unknown costs that can cause to victims.
Okay. So can you tell me what are the common challenges faced by the teenagers?
Common challenges that are faced is they will not be willing to do something, but because of the peer, they think we have to involve in a new activity, and because of their self doubt, they try to do a new activity. They try to make like others.
And we always know that the peer group is very important.
Yes.
We cannot judge that the group will be positive only.
Yes.
Like there will be mostly there are chances of negative groups.
Yes.
So how they can develop the resilience against the negative influence?
Only the parents and the guidance, with the proper guidance, I think they can come out of from it. Like the awareness programs which is being conducted in the schools, and teachers also. In wrong ways.
That happens, will the student respect the teacher as a teacher or I don't know how the...
No, not in that way. If they are mentally feeling pressured, if the teacher and parent is being available, if they feel that my parents are available for me to discuss about the pressure that I am undergoing, because of academic wise they might have some pressure, and the social environment that they are being living may cause some pressure. So the parents, if they are trying to be friendly, and the academic burden that is being put on to them, if that is being less, I think they could have been by their own.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Farheen, PG Department of Home Science from SDNU National College. My topic is nutrition knowledge of college-going female students on mental health. So, the dietary intake of vitamins and minerals and supplements of omega-3 fatty acids helps to regulate the mood and college-going students, the relationship between the diet and the mental health, and also to identify the students' is a lot of high in sugar, high in energy, high in salt, and they are less in micro and macro minerals and nutrients. So, by consuming these type of junk foods, it can affect their cognitive health. So, by consuming these types of cognitive health, and also it disrupts their gut sensitivity. And so for the methodology of the study, the methodology consists of the samples from female college-going students from 18 to 34 participants, and I took 110 participants from the study. Random sampling was conducted, and the data collection was taken through the Google Forms, and percentage analysis was done. So from the results and discussions, we can come to know the knowledge of the students. We can tell the nutrients important for maintaining the mental health and awareness of the mental health. Many of the people have chosen the right answer, which means the selected nutrients are more, and also many people are aware of the mental health. And next is the knowledge on nutrition and dietary factors impacting their mental health. So majority of the students have selected yes, which has a lot of percentage, and they know the knowledge of mental health. So and also the next. And also in the next slide, whether if they have a lot of stress or anxiety, when we ask them if they can consult a nutritionist or a dietitian, many of them have opted for consulting a nutritionist, and also many of them, majority of the people have opted for changing their dietary patterns if they are told by healthcare professionals. And when we look at the dietary patterns from these, we can tell that majority of the participants do not follow correct. Have the knowledge of the nutrients, everything which. So from this study, I conclude that majority of them have known the knowledge and dietary practices of college-going students regarding the impact of nutrition and mental health. These findings reveal many students are aware of the key importance of key nutrients like omega fatty acids, vitamin C, magnesium, but there is still limited awareness regarding the other essential micronutrients like the vitamin E and fiber. And also I conclude from this study, like although a majority of the participants know that high sugar intake, high intake of salts affect their mental health, the dietary habits do not align with the knowledge. Thank you.
Promoting the mental health.
Common dietary habits.
Dietary habits.
Like many of the common habits are consuming the caffeine. Many female adolescents, mostly female adolescents, consume a lot of caffeine, which increase.
Next is how can the nutrients awareness can be improved in the women's school, especially the awareness programs in women's college.
Like conducting the seminars, like telling them a graphical representation of usage of communication methods, and telling them the importance of the mental health firstly, because mental health it can affect with the food, but also it affects with the lifestyle changes and also academic pressure, and peer pressure can also be the one of the main reasons.
Okay. So when you're telling about a specific subject, you can conduct seminars and
Yes, we can,
conferences, you can take that to your mind. But when it is a lifestyle habit or lifestyle things to be followed, how creatively you can take them to the society or to the women, how you can take it, because to everyone you cannot say academically, right?
Yes, academically we cannot tell, but we can have a lot of creative measures like doing like seminars, not like seminars, but
Just to your neighbors and your friends you want to tell something, or somebody who
We can make
out
a
of this
poster,
science.
pamphlets, we can distribute it to the people, and we can conduct a show or maybe
Okay, thank you. Nice.
Kani Mridula.
Hello everyone, I'm Kani Mridula. I was pursuing second MSc Microbiology in Madhyama Women's College, and my project topic was on cultivation of methanotrophs and isolation from rice field and backwater. This research aims to cultivate, isolate and enrich the methanotrophic bacteria from rice field soil and the backwater environment soil, enhancing their characterization and potential application in methane mitigation. Before going into the topic, why methanotrophs are needed, because methane is considered as a major greenhouse gases and basic hydrocarbon. Despite being present in smaller amount than carbon dioxide, its global warming potential is roughly 25 times greater over 100 years, that causing crucial condition in climatic change. This presents a significant opportunity for utilizing methanotrophs in methane emulsion. Methanotrophs are the organism that uses methane as a sole source of carbon and chemical energy. Methanotrophs was first documented in 1906, and their natural habitat encompasses various environments like lake, wetlands, rice field, backwaters, and various aquatic systems. The growth media was used as modified nitrate monosalt medium, where sodium nitrate is used as a nitrate source and dichloromethane is used as a carbon source. Under methodology, the sample was collected from two different locations, and firstly from rice field of Tarambeda. The samples were uprooted with root at monsoon season, and the soil around the root area was collected, and backwater samples were collected from Muttukada at two different locations. One is from topsoil and another half feet under the lake. Enrichment culture, modified nitrate monosalt medium was prepared as described beforely by media requirements, and that was adjusted to the 6.8 pH and autoclaved at 15 lakh pressure for 15 minutes. After cold, phosphate buffer and vitamins were added, and the samples were serially diluted from 10 power minus 1 to 10 power minus 10, and 2 ml of 10 power minus 2 dilution factor was added to the 200 ml of NMS medium, and 3 ml of dichloromethane was added. The bottle was inoculated at static condition at 25 degrees Celsius for 4 to 6 weeks, and 3 ml of dichloromethane was added for every 10 days as a carbon source. The growth was recorded as a positive for the growth of for the shown of turbidity and biofilm. Isolation and purification. After the 4 weeks of grown methanotrophs that were inoculated on NMS agar by spectate method for dilution factor 10 power minus 3 and 10 power minus 4. The plates were sprinkled with 100 ml of dichloromethane and incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The plates were observed for discrete isolated colonies, and the discrete isolated colonies were restreaked and subculture on NMS agar's land, and each discrete colonies are also inoculated in dilute NMS broth for 20 days. And the plates were observed for morphological and biochemical characterization. And the confirmation tests for the methanotrophs are nitrate reduction test and when nitrate reduction test, when the test tube shows red color by adding these reagent A and B within a 30 seconds, it is positive. And for formaldehyde quantification, if the while adding bromothymol group to the test tube, it shows green color, green to blue, ma'am.
So thanks a lot. Go to the disease and essential.
And from the above procedures, I demonstrate that I got gram-negative rods and catalase positive, oxidase positive, urease positive, and nitrate detector test is positive, formaldehyde is positive. And methane reduction was determined by formaldehyde quantification. From the above 7 colonies, backwater lake colony 3 produces higher amount of formaldehyde that was given for the DNA sequencing. From these research, I conclude that cultivation and isolation of methanotrophs from rice field and backwater highlights the reduction of methane. Thank you.
Why rice fields and backwaters you have selected? Why not? You said like it is present everywhere in the aquatic systems, right? Why specifically this rice fields and backwaters?
Rice fields act as a major source for aerobic methanotrophs by supplying ammonia as a fertilizers, ma'am. And backwater is also containing many composition of organisms, and where the methane emission is greater, methanotrophs will be higher, ma'am.
And what specific environmental conditions are required for this cultivation of methanotrophs?
It's normal temperature, minimal normal temperature is required, ma'am. 37 degrees Celsius is okay for the growth of methanotrophs. Even for the better growth, 25 degrees Celsius is better, ma'am.
Have you mentioned the selective medium of this?
Nitrate mineral salt medium, ma'am.
Is there any other medium?
Is there, ma'am? Ammonia mineral salt medium is also used. Among them, nitrate mineral salt medium shows a better result, ma'am.
Production by Bacillus megateins. A small information about phytic acid. Phytic acid is an anti-nutritional component which is present in plant-based food like seeds, legumes, grains, and cereals. And due to this phytic acid having a strongly negative charge, due to this negative charge ability to bind with the positive charge essential minerals like iron, zinc, calcium, and magnesium, which leads to reducing bioavailability to living beings. Reduction of phytic acids can improve the nutritional quality of plant-based diet. And human and monogastric animals can't metabolize this phytic acid due to the absence of phytate degrading enzymes absent in the digestion tract. Phytase enzymes is often most preferable to reduction of the phytic acid because the traditional methods to reducing phytic acid in plant-based traditional methods are soaking, germination, fermentation like that. But that process of time-taking and labor requirements. But this phytase enzyme is less time-consuming to reducing phytic acid. This phytase enzyme is a type of phosphorus which is catalyzing the hydrolase of phytic acid. In nature, the phytase enzyme is sourced from plants, animal, microorganisms. Comparing other sources, microbial phytase is highly efficiently stable and easy to commercial production. In my studies, I isolate phytase producing bacteria from rhizosphere soil of Oryza sativa on wheat and extraction medium. Next in methods and methodology, sample correction, and I collect the rhizosphere soil from Oryza sativa and isolation and screening on wheat and extraction medium. I used a standard sterile dilution technique and I done spread bed method. The colonies which has produced clear zone, which is indicates the bacteria is ability to producing phytase enzymes and that break the phytic acids present in the medium. And culture morphology or the colonies which is medium white in color, entire margin are the raised elevated, and microscopic catalyzation or gram-positive rod and streptobacillus cell arrangement. Biochemically, catalyst and the oxidase positive are observed. Morphological identification, the isolates were identified. Bacillus megatrium is based on 16S RNA gene sequencing. And nextly, optimization of phytase production medium. And I used a different source of carbon and different wheat bran extraction medium. The different source of carbons are glucose, starch, galactose, and sucrose. The sucrose is producing high amount of phytase enzyme activity at 1% of glucose added medium. Nextly, kept that carbon optimized parameter. Nextly, I optimized nitrogen. Different sources of nitrogen were used, such as ammonium sulfur, ammonium nitrate, sodium nitrate, and peptone. Peptone gives us maximum phytase enzyme activity. And nextly, effects of temperature. Different temperatures are used: 25 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, 35 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius. 35 degrees Celsius, the phytase activity is higher. And finally, pH optimization. I used 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 8 pH. The high amount of phytase activity observed at pH 7. And using these optimization parameters, I gone to producing mass cultivation of phytase enzyme. And using these parameters, finally, producing phytase enzymes and done phytase enzyme activity by ferrous sulfur small burden method. And conclusion is phytase enzyme producing bacteria are isolated from the Rhizosphere soil of Oryza sativa and Bacillus megatrium is identified based on 16S RNA technique, and I optimized the phytase producing medium. And finally, further studies is focused on application of phytase enzyme in
Small suggestion, like you have mentioned Latin names in italics, you have done it, but wherever you have given the reference that et al. Also should be in italics. See to it. And I have few questions here. So what will be the your cochlea, right? So the significance of phytase producing bacteria in agriculture. If you are using that in agriculture.
No, but it's functions to breaking phytic acid. Phytase enzyme is to break phytic acid. Phytic acid is more only present in food, plant-based food, cereals, legumes.
Only for the degradation of
phytic acid.
Phytic acid you are using that. Okay, for millets or cereals like that you are using. What kind of cereals you tested? Wheat bran or what else?
My applications is gone to phytase enzyme in food, ma'am. I thought to do in bread. In bread, the phytic acid content is 0.1 to 1%. So further studies is
So how you can relate that to the sustainable development goals, your work?
In the current studies in poultry, there is a lot of phytic acid is present in the poultry feed. There is a more disadvantages to feeding to the poultry birds. So using this phytase enzyme and also compared to other source of phytase in plants and animals, this microbial source is more frequently used.
So can you list one or two potential application of this Bacillus megatrium your organism in phytase production? Specifically, I mean, because you commonly say that it is used, and when I asked you, you say that in poultry farms it can be used. Like specifically, like one problem, one solution. Like that, can you tell me? For this problem, you can use this as a solution. That's just one example. Point out the problem and give your work as a solution for it.
When we consume the more phytic acid content food, it can hinder the human health. So we can use this phytase producing Bacillus megatrium using phytase production. This enzyme is used to treat the food, and we reduce the phytic acid content and also increasing mineral availability to human beings.
in one of the slides you have pasted a picture, or not a picture, a table or something, which is overlapped the text. So the text is somewhere, this catalyst, yeah, the catalyzation, that word is blocked there because of the table which you have pasted. So see all those things, some punctuations and all, spellings and italics things, and this overlapping of text or pictures.
Good morning, ma'am. I am Dr. K. Ramani from SDN Biosciences College, Cropit. My presentation topic is
the improving the vegetable gardens, biodiversity, advantages, method, and best practices. Aim and objective of my studies. The study emphasizes how the important biodiversity is for promoting the environmental stewardship in both urban and rural area, as well as for raising the vegetable crop with good yielding. This study also highlighting how biodiversity may help solve the issues like pest management, pest outbreak, and climate change, and making the vegetable garden more environmentally friendly and sustainable. Introduction. The biodiversity is essential in vegetable garden for fostering ecosystem, resilience, production, and health. The important techniques including the pollinator habitat, promotion and companion planting, and bolstering soil microbial activity. The crop diversity is a variety of beneficial insect and vegetable crops and greens and aromatic herbs can help lessen the danger of the pest and illness. The root system of different plants can enhance soil health and soil microorganisms, and the nitrogen fixing plants are improve the soil as well. And then the companion planting is the practice of cultivate the fragrant plants next to the alternate with a vegetable crop in order to keep the pest away. The self-sustainable ecosystem can be produced by combining a range of plant species, beneficial insect, and the soil microbes. Materials and method. The vegetable seeds were purchased from agriculture department from Mananagar, and medicinal plants were collected from herbal garden, and the garden tools were purchased from online, and vermicompost were used, and then next pH meter, soil pH meter were used. The methods followed by the polyculture method is the practice of growing the more than vegetable crop species together with same place at the same time. Resultant discussion. In our college garden, these vegetables are cultivated. Totally 39 plant species were grown, including the 19 vegetable crops and 12 greens and 8 aromatic plants in 5 rows. They are separated in 5 rows. A mixture of the vegetables and greens and aromatic crops. The photograph are shown. And then these are the pictures. The photographs are taken from our garden. The beneficial and harmful insects or organisms were seen in my garden. They are the pollinating insect like honeybees, butterfly, dragonfly, and garden ants and garden spiders and earthworms were photographed. And pest predators like frog, toad, and garden lizards and grasshoppers were present. And the harmful organisms like garden pest, the lace insect, and aphids and bees, and so many pest insect were seen. Conclusion. The growing vegetables, totally in our vegetable garden, totally the vegetables are 19 vegetables were grown, intercrop with greens, 12 greens and 8 aromatic plants. The aromatic plants releasing the unique fragrance to deter the disease spreading pest, insect pest. The lamiaceae plants where inhibit the growth and germination of the weeds and also improve the improve and increase the yield of the vegetable crops and greens. And the beneficial organisms are essential to preserve the health and equilibrium of the garden ecosystem. And the pollinating insects and predator insect and earthworms are help to improve the soil aeration and also keep away the pest. And the predatory animals and ants also help the grow up the vegetable crops healthy and also decrease the disease spreading. Next, that is the harmful insect, garden pest, like so many pests are present in the pests are reduce the amount, and these pests are suck the sap from the many type of plants, take away from the plant nutrient and spread them so many viral disease and bacterial and fungal diseases. This is my references. Thank you, ma'am.
It was nice to see your college farm.
Yes.
You have
Created my
your department. You have sections also for that, right?
yes,
Plants,
5 rows.
medicinal plants. It's very nice. And can you tell us the key differences between the biodiverse vegetable garden and the conventional, the monoculture systems, like normally how they do it?
Monoculture means growing one type of plants.
Okay, this
This is a polyculture. That is a mixture of many plant species
at one place.
And one place at same time.
Same time. And how can the urban and small space gardens incorporate this now? Because we
This
have
garden area is a small area.
Yes.
That is 10 feet breadth and 30 feet length. Small area and so many crops.
This in college you have a space you have done now. It's the same thing if the people in apartments or urban culture is
This
now
is very
everything it
useful
has
to
gone
all.
rooftop only.
Nowadays, this is the vegetable growing. This is very innovative idea for everyone needs to grow vegetable crops. In small area and வேணுன்ற எல்லா vegetables grow
So
small area.
incorporate பண்ணலாம் சொல்றீங்க.
So இதுல வந்து no need to fertilizer, any chemical fertilizer and pesticides.
Space is
எல்லாமே வளர்க்கலாம் ஆனா ஹெல்தியா வளருது ஹாப்பியா இருக்கு
and
plants.
any specific conditions you are following for this ma'am or the normal environmental conditions?
Normal environment.
Okay, nothing specifically you are
எதுவுமே
doing.
பெஸ்டிசைட் யூஸ் பண்ணல. அப்புறம் வந்து இந்த சாயில் pH வந்து நார்மல் நியூட்ரல் அந்த இது மட்டும் கண்டிஷன் எதுவுமே ஆகல வாட்டர் மட்டும் தான் பிளான்ஸ் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் அங்கங்க எல்லாத்தையும் மிக்ஸ் பண்ணி பண்ணலாம் அரோமேட்டிக் பிளான்ஸ்.
What is very important in mixing up this ma'am? தனியா ஒரு மோனோகல்ச்சரா இல்லாம
மோனோகல்ச்சர்ல வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து எல்லா டிசீஸும் ஸ்ப்ரெட் பண்ணும். ஸோ இன்செக்ட் வந்து உங்களுக்கு கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகிடும். அந்த பெஸ்ட் வந்து கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகிடும் அதில் அது வந்து பர்டிகுலர் பிளான்ட் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக இருக்கும். ஸோ அதனால அது வந்து கன்ஃபியூஸ் ஆகி அதை ஸ்ப்ரெட் பண்ண அதே மாதிரி பாலினேட்டிங் இன்செக்ட்ஸ் வந்து உங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப க்ளோஸாக இருக்கிற பிளான்ஸ் தான் நல்லா பாலினேட் பண்ணும். அது ரொம்ப நேரம் டிஸ்டன்ஸ் போகாது. அதனால் எல்லாமே க்ளோஸாக இருந்ததுன்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து சாயிலும் வந்து உங்களுக்கு என்ரிச் ஆகும். ஸோ என்னென்ன டிஃப்ரெண்ட் பிளான்ஸ் நீட் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் நியூட்ரியன்ஸ்
அதே மாதிரி ஈல்ட்
இருக்குது கிடைக்குது. வெஜிடபிள்ஸ் எல்லாமே இப்போ எல்லாமே வந்து இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்தீங்கன்னா காலையில் பார்க்கலாம். லேடிஸ் ஃபிங்கர் நல்ல பெருசாகவே எவ்வளோ பெருசு இப்போ தான் ஹார்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். அப்புறம் இது ரிச் கார்ட் நல்ல இவ்வளோ பெருசாக இருக்குது. ஈல்டிங் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் இது லைவ் தான் லைவ் யார் வேணாலும் வந்து
தேங்க்யூ.
Myself Pavitra.
Myself Shanu. We are UG students from Guru Nanak College.
We are going to present our topic.
Our topic is about Biosciences.
Biosciences is an organic seed treatment solution used in natural farming, especially promoted by Subhash Palekar as a part of zero budget natural farming.
Biosciences is made from cow dung, cow urine and other organic materials. It serves as a potent biostimulant that enhances seed germination and plant growth.
These are the ingredients given below and the preparation also method given in this slide.
We can use it for both seed treatment as well as foliar spray.
Biosciences offers numerous benefits including improving germination rate and enhancing nutrition uptakes and also increased resistance against pest and diseases.
The use of Biosciences significantly improves soil health by promoting beneficial microbial activity.
இப்போ இங்க வந்து என்னன்னா பீஜா அமிர்த நம்ம நார்மலா வந்து NSKE பஞ்சகாவியா அண்ட் தசகாவியான்னு சொல்லிட்டு லாட்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஆர்கானிக் சொல்யூஷன்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம நவடேஸ் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். அது போல பீஜா அமிர்த் அப்படின்றது ஒன் ஆஃப் தி ஆர்கானிக் சொல்யூஷன். அது என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா எதுலேருந்து எடுக்கிறாங்கன்னா கவ் யூரின் அண்ட் கவ் மில்க் அப்புறம் கவ் டங் இதுலேருந்து எடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒன்று தான் வந்து இந்த பீஜா அமிர்த் அப்படின்னு சொல்றது. இந்த பீஜா அமிர்த் வந்து என்ன என்ஹான்ஸ் பண்ணுன்னா சீடோட இப்போ எப்படி நம்ம ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணுறோன்னா சீட் கோட் பண்ணி சீட்ஸ் எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு அந்த சொல்யூஷனில் சோப் பண்ண வச்சுட்டு சோப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு முன்னாடி நம்ம ஊற வச்சுட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் அதை சோப் பண்ணுறாங்க. இது பண்ணுறதுனால என்ன ஆகுது அப்படின்னா சீடோட அந்த க்ரோத் வந்து அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அதேபோல் அந்த பிளான்ட் வந்து டிசீஸ் ரெசிஸ்டண்ட்டாக இருக்குது. இது வந்து என்ன சொல்கிறோம், இது வந்து இந்த ஜீரோ வேஸ்ட் டெக்னாலஜிலாம் இப்போ சொல்லிட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல, அது எப்படின்னா அந்த சர்க்குலர் டெக்னாலஜிலாம் சொல்கிறாங்க. அது எப்படின்னா இப்போது நம்ம ஒரு கவ் யூரினோ இல்லை கவ் டங்கோ எடுக்கிறோன்னா அது என்ன இருக்குன்னா நம்ம வேஸ்ட் ஆகக்கூடிய ஒன்றை வந்து நம்ம என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக மாற்றுறோம். ஸோ அது மாதிரியே இது இருக்கிறதுனால இது வந்து ஒரு பெஸ்ட் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொல்கிறோம். அது வேஸ்ட் ஆகுறதுனால வச்சு யூஸ் பண்ணி நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ஸ்ப்ரேவாக ஒரு ஆர்கானிக் சொல்யூஷனாக யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். இப்போ NSKE சொல்லுவோம், NSKEனா நீம் சீட் கர்னல் எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட்லாம் சொல்கிறோம்ல, அதுபோல் இது பீஜா அமிர்த் அப்படின்றது ஒன்று. இங்கே வந்து இப்போது சவுத் சைடில் வந்து அந்த அளவுக்கு கிடையாது. இது மேக்ஸிமம் வந்து நார்த்தில் தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இந்தியா தமிழ்நாடு அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் யூனிவர்சிட்டி கோயம்புத்தூரில் கூட வந்து இது வந்து கிடையாது. அப்படி இப்போ வந்து ஒரு கவர்மெண்ட்டாக இருக்கட்டும் நம்மள மாதிரி இது மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபார்மர்ஸ்க்கும் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் லேர்னுக்கும் ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணுற மாதிரி இது இருக்கிறது வந்து. ஸோ அதனால் இதை வந்து ஒரு டாப்பிக்காக எடுத்து எங்கள் காலேஜில் க்ரீன் கிராம்ன்ற ஒரு இயரை வச்சு நாங்கள் வந்து பார்த்தோம். அதில் வந்துட்டு நார்மல் பிளான்ட்டுக்கும் நார்மலாக வித்தவுட் பீஜா அமிர்த் வித் பீஜா அமிர்த்துன்னு கொடுத்து அதோட க்ரோத் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு செக் பண்ணும்போது இதை விட அது வந்து டபுளாகவே இருக்குன்றதை வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு க்ரீன் கிராமில் வச்சு செக் பண்ணோம். அது ஏன் நாங்கள் க்ரீன் கிராம் எடுத்தோம்னா அது ஒரு ஸ்ப்ரவுட், அது வந்து நிறையாவே அது வந்து பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ பீஜா அமிர்த்தை வந்து நார்மல் பிளான்ட்டு கொடுத்து பார்க்கும்போது அதோட க்ரோத் வந்து நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. அதே மாதிரி டிசீஸ் வந்து அகெயின்ஸ்டாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறாங்க.
ஓகே, நீங்கள் பீஜாமிருத் பற்றி have you tried Jeevamrit? No. That is also a form of Panchagavya only. So now you are using all 5. Can you tell me the ingredients alone?
Yes, cow dung, cow urine and water, soil, lime.
Only soil and lime you are adding. Like for Panchagavya, you are not adding the curd, milk or ghee, anything.
No. Only cow urine, cow dung and water, lime and soil, handful of soil.
So that handful of soil, can you tell the science behind that handful of soil? Why that handful of soil you are using?
Because அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த நம்ம
அதெல்லாம் என்ன இருக்குன்னு கேட்குறேன்.
பொட்டாசியம், நைட்ரஜன், டிகேபிடேஷன். பிகாஸ் நாங்கள் சாயில் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் தானே நம்ம அதில் பண்ணுறோம்.
பண்ணுறீங்கம்மா, இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து you are using this as a biofertilizer, right? Like for what application you prepared this Biosciences? Growth enhance பண்ணுறது இல்லையா? ஸோ growth enhance பண்ணுற என்னது உங்களுக்கு அந்த Biosciences இருக்கு? லைக் ஆக்சன்ஸ் இருக்கா, ஜிபுலன்ஸ் இருக்கா, ஐஏ ப்ரொடியூஸ் பண்ணுறா, என்ன இருக்குது அப்படின்னு கேட்குறேன். What components are in this Biosciences, or definitely this is not prepared sterile in aseptic conditions because இது நம்ம அப்படியே நம்ம கையில கலக்கி தான் வைப்போம். Okay, so everything as you are adding soil to it, so nothing is sterile. So on a handful of soil you have all beneficial soil microbes. So that is the reason behind adding soil, because soil is rich in microbes. Okay, so on the microbes தான் வந்து each microbes will be supporting the plant growth. So the plant growth promoting rhizobacteria அதெல்லாமே இருக்கும். So you are adding this soil. நான் கேட்கறது என்னன்னா அந்த பீஜாமிருந்துல என்ன இருக்கு? பீஜாமிருந்த் இதை ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணிச்சு, இதை வளர்க்குது நீங்க சொல்றீங்க. என்ன இருக்குது பீஜாமிருந்துல? அது என்ன வந்து which specific thing is supporting the growth of this green grams? You can tell whether it is a hormone or it is some other product or what it is.
ஆக்சுவலாக வந்து நான் வந்து ஒரு இன்ட்ரோட இருக்கிறத ரீட் பண்ணிட்டு நான் வந்து அதை சும்மா லேபில் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ரிசர்ச் லேப் இருக்கும் அதை செக் பண்ணுவேன். இதெல்லாம் ஃபர்தராக வந்து
ஸோ இன்னும் இது ரிசர்ச் பண்ணல, நீங்கள் ஜஸ்ட் ரிவ்யூ தான் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க.
நாங்கள் போட்டு பிளான் பண்ணோம், ஆனால் ஃபுல்லாக முடியல.
தேங்க்யூ.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vashri from Department of Microbiology, Valiamal College for Women. It's a great pleasure to share my topic here. My topic is production of chitosan sodium arginate hydrogen incorporated with Sphagnum petensis extract and bacteriocin from Lactobacillus for enhanced wound healing and antimicrobial property. So let me start with the introduction. My product is mainly focusing on the chronic wounds, mainly diabetic foot ulcers, which requires prolonged period for getting cured. So for the wound healing property, I am using Sphagnum petensis as it has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties which aids in wound healing. And for the improved antimicrobial property, I am using bacteriocin. So as we all know that there are many traditional wound dressings in the market like gauze, bandages and all. They don't provide the wound healing properties, and also they lack in antimicrobial property. So I chose hydrogels among the others because it provides moisture retention and biocompatibility and also controls drug release. So the aim and objective is to develop a wound dressing that is best in antimicrobial property and wound healing property. So the methodology is as follows. First, we need to prepare Sphagnum petensis extract and bacteriocin extraction from Lactobacillus and development of chitosan sodium arginate hydrogen. To prepare the Sphagnum petensis extract, I used two solvents, aqueous and chloroform, for preparing crude extracts of Sphagnum petensis, and both the extracts were then condensed for further testings. These are the following bioactivity testings I have done for my Sphagnum petensis extract: antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, anti-cancerous, cytotoxicity and hemolysis. To start with the extraction of bacteriocin from Lactobacillus, I have chosen Lactobacillus porogenes, and I cultivated this Lactobacillus in MRS broth, and then using ammonium sulfate precipitation method, I extracted bacteriocin and dialyzed it for further purification, and tested with Lowry's method to estimate the amount of protein present in my extract, and bacteriocin property was tested with antimicrobial properties. Development of chitosan sodium arginate hydrogel. So I used chitosan sodium arginate 2% and 20 as emulsifier. And then for cross-linking agents, I used sodium tripolyphosphate and calcium chloride. Along with this mixture, I added my Sphagnum petensis extract and bacteriocin for the following properties I mentioned earlier. So these are the observational results of Lowry's method I performed for bacteriocin. So my sample was having 1.7 to 2 milligram of protein per ml of the sample. And these are the antimicrobial tests for bacteriocin. Antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties of Spirulina platensis extract for both aqueous and chloroform is mentioned. And hemolysis test of both chloroform and aqueous. So I conclude my talk with that hydrogel provides the best wound dressing for the chronic diseases like diabetic foot ulcers, pressure ulcers and bed sores. This hydrogel which I formulated has both antimicrobial property and enhanced wound healing potential. So futurology is to improve the formulations and to perform in vivo studies. These are the reference papers. Thank you.
You said like this bacteriocins are enhancing the antimicrobial potential of this.
Yes.
hydrogen. How they are enhancing?
Ma'am, actually lactobacillus already has, naturally they produce antimicrobial peptides, ma'am. So those are called as bacteriocins. Even Spirulina platensis have antimicrobial potential, but it is not up to the level to fight against wound pathogens. So I chose my bacteriocin as an alternative for the conventional antibiotics.
Okay, but why lactic acid bacillus? I mean lactobacillus. Why not any other beneficial bacteria?
Lactobacillus,
Any specific reason for selecting lactobacillus?
I found it easily available, one thing, and then it is present in the food we eat, and I felt that bacteria is very friendly for humans. So
yeah, it's friendly, but usually as there's a common thing is we eat the lactobacillus, right?
Yes.
In the form of curd, yogurt, or idli batter, or all fermented food has lactobacillus.
Yes.
So we are eating it, so it can fight against the intestinal pathogens. How did you link that with the wound healing property? Because for wound healing, you're not going to eat it, you're going to apply it.
Yes, ma'am.
So
And
that connection I'm asking.
mainly I used bacteriocin only for the antimicrobial property, ma'am. Wound healing is full and full work of Spirulina platensis. So only for the enhanced antimicrobial property I am using bacteriocin. As only when the wound is protected from other infectious pathogens, it will give a better cure, right?
This in your laboratory condition as a small piece of hydrogel you have done this
Yes,
work.
ma'am.
The same thing if you're doing it in a large scale, what will be the challenges?
Ma'am, mainly the cross-linking of the hydrogel, I would say, ma'am, because as the concentration or the production increases, the binding agents has to be given in proper ratios, I feel, ma'am, because that will be the most challenging thing. For small scale itself, I felt that's not working properly. So that definitely will be a challenging for large scale production, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, you are trying with antioxidant and anti-inflammatory. You have checked the antioxidant
Yes,
property and anti-inflammatory property. So, what is the control of that test?
Control.
So, yeah, you have to use the aqueous extract and chloroform extract for.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what is the control used for the antioxidant property and anti-inflammatory property?
Ma'am, for one thing I used acetyl salicylic acid, ma'am. For anti-inflammatory I used acetyl salicylic acid, ma'am.
Then for antioxidant property?
Antioxidant I used DPPH, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, that is not the control. That is the method.
Yes,
That's the method that DPPH. So, what is that compound?
BSA, ma'am. Bovine. I forgot, I'm sorry.
Be sure with your positive
Yes.
and negative control always.
Because we are doing the antioxidant property, you have to measure the percentage.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you have to compare with some other control, then only we will finalize that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Santosh.
Very good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Santosham from PG Department of Physics, Varkandas Govardhandas Vaishnav College. My topic is Structural Spectroscopy, Morphology and Antimicrobial Studies of Green Synthesis, ZMO, Nanoparticle.
You said Santosh M. I heard Santosham. Nice.
Thank you. So content, introduction, preparation, result and discussion, FTR studies, powder XRD studies, SEM analysis, microbial analysis like antibacterial studies and antifungal studies, and conclusion. So what is nanotechnology? Nanotechnology is a science and engineering to design and produce and manipulating the atoms and molecules at nanoscale. The father of nanotechnology is the American scientist Richard Feynman. Indian nanotechnology is the father of Dr. C.N. Rao. He has contributed his field in carbon nanotubes and inorganic materials. The synthesis of nanomaterials is classified into two approaches, top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. In top-up approach, we can have physical methods like ball milling, laser ablations, and etc. In bottom-up approaches, we have classified into two types, biological method and chemical method. In chemical method, the green synthesis of nanomaterials synthesis by co-precipitation method. Green synthesis of nanomaterial is made up of leaf extract plus zinc oxide material. It is very eco-friendly product to avoid the chemical reaction to our mother earth. So zinc particles reduces size and it is stable. Nanotechnology offers incredible applications in almost of all spheres of life, due to which the branch of science and gain polarity and attention. The biosynthesis of nanotechnology is collaboration of the field of biotechnology and nanotechnology, which involves biomaterial commonly used for the synthesis due to the various advantages, but the most important is due to the environmental eco-friendly. These agents include a microorganism like plant extract and green chemicals like cytosine. Cytosine is made up of endoskeleton of crab, shrimp, etc. Cucumber is taken from turmeric and phytin is taken from fungi water. We have taken the leaf extract like Citrus quantarensis. It is mostly found in our India. It is also an antioxidant property and free radical scavenging activity. It also used in the Ayurvedic property. It also cures menstruation, metabolic disorder, and various diseases. Preparation of a green synthesis nanoparticle. First of all, we have to prepare a zinc oxide. The chemical name is zinc sulfate heptacetate. Next, we have to prepare the leaf extract. In zinc beaker, you have to add dropwise leaf extract to get the precipitate. White precipitate will obtain. After precipitated, we have to go to the centrifuge. After centrifuge, my nanomaterial is kept in the microwave. This process is known as calcination for 400 degree 2 hours. After 2 hours, my nanoparticle is obtained. From this nanomaterial, we can characterize various phytochemical FTR studies, powder XRD studies, SEM analysis, microbial analysis like antibacterial activity and antifungal activity. FTIR. So FTIR is nothing but Fourier transform infraradiation. This infraradiation passes to the nanomaterial. It will absorb and transmit. The graph is speaks only the transmitted versus main number centimeter inverse. You can see the peak. You can see the peak from 1000 to 3500. So the zinc particle is stretching and deform between this 500 to 1000. Next slide. Awesome. So this FTR, we can analyze the functional group. So for example, I have already said that the range from 550 to 680, we can obtain the zinc oxide stretching. Zinc oxide and stretching and deforming. For we can see the various chemical functional group like CHO, C double bond O, and hydroxy group. Okay. So So FTR studies, we can say only the functional group of the chemical compound. Second one, SEM analysis. So SEM analysis nothing but scanning electron microscopy. It will study about the morphology of zinc nanoparticles. So my zinc, for my nanoparticle, the size is nanoplates. So the ranges between 2 to 6 micrometer. Next one, powder XRD. So powder XRD is a method used to find the crystalline properties of the nanomaterial. So the size is a hexagonal wizard structure. So the parameters are A is equal to B but not equal to C, alpha is equal to beta is equal to 90 but gamma is not equal to 20 degrees Celsius. Next one, microbial activity. In microbial activity, we have done two tests, antifungal and antibacterial. We have taken the stand for antimicrobial bacteria for standard is ampicillin. So Mueller hit on agar medium. So the antibacterial test is done by agar medium diffusion method. So we have taken the two organisms, Streptococcus acidonis and E. coli. The standard values are 18 and 17. If for 1000 ml, 12 concentration, for 750 ml 9 concentration, and 500 9. If my concentration is greater than 18, I can get the patent rights to get the medicine for antibacterial. Same procedure for fungi. We have taken the organism like the Trichoderma viridie and Candida albicans. For 1000 ml, 15 concentration, for 750, 13 ml, 13 concentration, for 500 ml, 7 concentration. The standard value is 22. Thank you. There is
Okay, so one, I have a major doubt. Why did you choose Trichoderma viridie antifungal thing? Because it is not a pathogen, it is a beneficial fungi. Trichoderma, you have many pathogens commonly present in the classrooms and are everywhere, Aspergillus niger, Aspergillus fumigatus, anything you would have taken. But this is a beneficial fungi. Why did you take that?
Most of the researchers have used one. Ma'am. But for my material, it is best one. For my material,
தம்பி அது புரியுதுப்பா. நல்லது பண்ற ஒரு ஃபங்கையை எதுக்கு நீங்க மருந்து வச்சு கொல்றீங்கன்னு கேக்குறேன். லைக் நீங்க கொல்ல வேண்டிய ஃபங்கை யூசுவலி ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி பேத்தஜனா இருக்கிற Aspergillus எல்லாம் இட் இஸ் அரவுண்ட்.
எஸ் மேம்.
அப்போ புரியுது. அது நல்ல ரிசல்ட் வருதுன்றதுனால ஒரு நல்லவனை பிடிச்சி ஏன் சாகடிக்கிறேன்னு கேக்குறேன்.
ஏன்னா ரிசல்ட் ஸோ இந்த ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் வேல்யூட கிரேட்டாக வந்துச்சுன்னா அந்த காம்பவுண்ட் வச்சு கூட நம்ம மெடிசன் கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம்ல நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி டிசீஸ்க்கு. ஸோ அதனால தான் நாங்கள் புரியல. இப்போ நீங்கள் சொன்னீங்க ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி ப்ராப்ளம் அதெல்லாம் யூஸ் ஆகுதுல்ல. ஸோ என்னுடைய சாம்பிள் வந்து அந்த
தம்பி நான் உன் சாம்பிளை குறை சொல்லமா. நீ வந்து உன் சாம்பிள் ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி பேத்தஜனை சாகடிக்கும் அப்படின்னா அந்த டெஸ்ட்டை ஒரு ரெஸ்பிரேட்டரி பேத்தஜனை வச்சு ஏன் பண்ணல? Trichoderma viridie is a beneficial fungi. It is a biofertilizer. Okay, நீங்க அது வந்து அக்ரிகல்ச்சருக்கு யூஸ் பண்றீங்க, பயோஃபர்டிலைசரா யூஸ் பண்ற ஒரு நல்லது பண்ற மனுஷனுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்ற ஒரு fungi. அதை ஏன் மருந்து வச்சு கொல்றேன்னு கேக்குறேன். புரியுதா? Like it's a common suggestion, you have to admit and accept this. நீங்க வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஆன்டி மைக்ரோபியல், ஆன்டி ஃபங்கல் இதெல்லாம் பாக்குறப்போ go for pathogens first. உங்க லேப்ல இந்த பாக்டீரியா இந்த ஃபங்கை எல்லாம் இருக்குன்றதுனால எடுத்து பண்ணிராதீங்க. ஓகேயா? நீங்க பிக் பண்ற பாக்டீரியா, நீங்க பிக் பண்ற ஃபங்கை வந்து பேத்தஜனா இருக்கும். பேத்தஜனா இருந்தாதான் you can do antimicrobial, antifungal. ஓகே? நீங்க ஒரு லாக்டிக் ஆசிட் பேசிலையை புடிச்சு நீங்க ஆன்டிபயோட்டிக் போட்டாலும் அது சாகும் தான். லைக் எனிதிங் நீங்க விஷம் வச்சா யார் வேணா சாவாங்க. ரைட்? ஸோ அதுக்காக வந்து நீங்க செலக்ட் பண்றப்போ go for a panel of antimicrobials which are specifically for fungi, specifically for bacteria. அது பண்ணிடுங்க. அண்ட் அந்த பாக்டீரியாவும் ஃபங்கையும் வந்து பேத்தஜனா இருக்கிற மாதிரி பார்த்துடுங்க. இது சஜஷன் தான், மனசுல கஷ்டப்படாதீங்க. இன்னொன்று வந்து கிரீன் சிந்தசிஸ் போறீங்களா, அதுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு செடி காமிச்சிருந்தீங்களா? வாட் பிளான்ட் இஸ் தட்? கேன் யூ பெரண்டைட். Okay, so Perendai have some good things, good extracts for in the rheumatoid arthritis adella irukku. So other properties it will be there inside, right? So that won't affect your nanoparticle thing.
It will not affect.
will not affect. Have you tested it whether it's not affecting or not? Okay. And what are all the mechanisms of this zinc nanoparticles which exhibit the antimicrobial properties? ஏன்னா இப்போ நீங்க zinc nanoparticles இருக்குல்ல அது வந்து பவுடரா வந்து ஒயிட் பவுடரா வந்துச்சு சொன்னீங்க அது எதுல நீங்க மிக்ஸ் பண்ணீங்க தண்ணிலையா டிஸ்டில் வாட்டர்ல அது கரையுதா ஏன்னா நான் கரைச்சு பார்த்தேன் கரையில சாக் பவுடர் மாதிரி அடியில தனியா நிக்குது ஸோ நீங்க வெல்ஸ் கட் பண்ணி போட்டாலும் டெபாசிட் ஆகுது
நாங்க என்னோட மெட்டீரியல் வந்து கிறிஸ்டலைன் மேம் ஸோ இந்த கிறிஸ்டல் வாட்டர் கம்மி நல்லா
soluble ஆயிடுச்சு. Can you show any of the pictures showing the zones? Antimicrobial activity.
Next.
Next. அடுத்ததுமா பிக்சர் ஏதாவது வச்சிருக்காங்களா பாருங்க இதுதானுங்களா இதுல வந்து ஈக்குவலா இருக்கு ஸ்டாஃப் இருக்கு அந்த எஸ்டிடின்றது ஸ்டாண்டர்டுக்கு ஸ்டெஃபிலோகாக்கஸ்க்கு என்ன யூஸ் பண்ணீங்க
ஸ்டெஃபிலோகாக்கஸ் வந்து ஆம்சிலின் மேம்
அடுத்து ஈக்குவலைக்கு
அதான்
யூஸ் பண்ணீங்களா யோ there is a panel right உங்களுக்கு வந்து கிராம் நெகட்டிவ்க்கு ஒரு பேனல் இருக்கு கிராம் பாசிட்டிவ்க்கு ஒரு பேனல் இருக்கு whereas staphylococcus is gram positive and E. coli is gram negative right அப்போ நீங்க ஸ்டெஃபிலோகாக்கஸ்க்கு பெனிசிலினோ ஜென்டமைசினோ யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கணும் E. coliக்கு ஆம்பசிலினோ குளோரம்பெனிகாலோ அந்த மாதிரி யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கலாம் இல்லையா ஸோ இதெல்லாம் சின்ன மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் தான்ப்பா இது அஃபெண்ட் ஆகிறதுக்கு எதுவும் இல்லை நீங்க வந்து ஜென்ரலாக ஒரு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்ல வந்து இதெல்லாம் சொல்றப்போ உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சிடக்கூடாது அதனால இதெல்லாம் வந்து நீங்க கொஞ்சம் பார்த்துக்கோங்க ஓகேயா அண்ட் நோ வேர் உங்க ஆர்கானிசம் நேம்ஸ் இட்டாலிக்ஸ்ல இல்லை எங்கேயுமே இல்லை எல்லாமே நார்மல் டெக்ஸ்ட்ல தான் இருக்கு தட்ஸ் வெரி பேட் ஸ்டெஃபிலோகாக்கஸ் aureus E. coli இல்ல வேற எங்கெல்லாம் வந்து ஆர்கானிசம்ஸ் நேம்ஸ் வருதோ எல்லாமே வந்து இட்டாலிக்ஸ் ஈவன் இஃப் யூ ஃப்ரம் அதர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் டோன்ட் வரி ஏன்னா நீங்க வந்து தைரியமா இதை எடுத்து ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்றீங்கல்ல ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்றப்போ அந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்க்குரிய எத்திக்ஸ் எல்லாம் என்னன்றது பார்த்து அதையும் கொஞ்சம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணீங்கன்னா இல்லை some friend or faculty from the other departments you can just give your slides for detecting those mistakes okay இதெல்லாம் ஒரு சஜஷன்ஸா நாங்க எங்க ஸ்டூடெண்டா நினைச்சு சொல்றோம் அதனால don't worry okay nice presentation thank you but next time you detect all this
them or XRDs and after that we go for it. Because if we didn't confirm that the nanoparticle is present or not, then how do you go for the XRD or that's a preliminary test. So this is your work or
paper presentation every போட்டுல second
so அது நான் வச்சுக்கோங்க paper presentation that is a nanoparticle so after that we are using the metal nanoparticle you have to go for that EDAX and now if you do speech okay so your suggestions
நீங்க இதெல்லாம்
காலேஜ் பக்கத்துல லைஃப் டெக் லேப்
இல்ல காலேஜ்ல லைஃப் சயின்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் 3 கிடக்கு எதுக்கு இதெல்லாம் வெளில விட்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கீங்க you can make a collaboration with biotechnology or microbiology okay and you can learn நீங்க வெளிய காசு கொடுத்து பண்றதுக்கு நீங்களே இந்த காலேஜ்ல இருக்கிறப்போ இந்த டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல collaboration இருக்கப்போ நீங்க வந்து நீங்களா கத்துக்கலாம் நீங்க வந்து இதுல இருக்கிறதெல்லாம் வந்து கத்துக்கலாம் actually your chemistry department and physics are doing that why did you miss it at that age சரிப்பா நிறைய அட்வைஸ் பண்ண போவோம் ஓகே
plants. So we all know the use of synthetic drugs has been increased in the recent times. So we come across a lot of therapeutic plants and regular plants which is available in our day-to-day life. So I chose like 4 plants which has medicinal properties and also various anti-cancerous, anti-inflammatory properties which is very beneficial to us in the recent times when we see all these antibiotic resistance and stuff. These plants will be a very useful and useful one. So I chose 4 plants. Ellipta alba, Cantharatus rosum, Moringa olifera, and Carica papaya. So these 4 plants are really common plants which are really mostly used in our day-to-day life. So these plants show anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antibiotic, and all these activities. So I majorly tested for antibacterial and a few other tests. So the main objective was to find the antibacterial and all the phytochemical properties and the minimum inhibitory concentration of the plant extracts. So these were the main methodology which I followed. I extracted the plant extract. I tested for antimicrobial, MIC, and phytochemical profiling, and also to assess the functional groups which are present in them. So the first use these extracts in the MHA plate and inoculate them against various microbe strains to assess the antimicrobial property, which showed antimicrobial property against Staphylococcus aureus, E. coli, Pseudomonas, and Klebsiella. And the other organisms which I used was Proteus, Pseudomonas, and Bacillus, but it showed positive sensitivity towards these. For MIC, I used two microorganisms, that was Staphylococcus aureus and E. coli. For Staph aureus, it showed inhibition at 1000 mg per ml, and for E. coli, it showed for 60 mg per ml. Next slide. And in phytochemical, these were the major phytochemicals which were present in the plant, and these phytochemicals helps in the anti-inflammatory properties, anti-cancerous, and all those properties. And for FTIR, it showed the presence of the various functional groups which were there in the plant extract. So the main functional groups were present were like alkaline, aliphatic amines, carboxylic acids, which were again helpful in these properties. So with this study, I conclude that these plants can be used in regular basis, and these plants are really helpful in the recent issue. Like we are facing a lot of antibacterial and resistance. So for those things and anti-cancerous, we need lot of cancer drugs nowadays. So for that, I feel these plants are regular plants which we are come across daily. So these plants can be very useful. Thank you.
One suggestion I would say is you have to practice those italic names,
yes,
and also you have some development. Okay. And next is you have done the antimicrobial activity, right? Have you followed the Macmillan standards for it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Macmillan standard
Yes,
for
ma'am.
concentration.
I currently don't remember it, but we will.
Can you tell me what is Macmillan standard?
It is the turbidity term which is seen for the cultures
What
before we.
using to resolve that? What's the ingredient of the Macmillan standard? Only 2 ingredients. Red da irukku.
Yes, ma'am.
And then if you have used, definitely you would have. You didn't use Macmillan standard. Okay. அப்போ எத்தனை hair culture use பண்ணீங்க? Like how many hairs the culture which you used for swabbing?
For MHA we use like 1 hour culture, not like fresh, like 24 hours culture, and after that I subculture in for 1 hour. Like
1 hour உங்களுக்கு வருதா?
இல்ல 24 hours culture போட்டு அது next dayக்கு 1 hour திருப்பி காலைல LB brothல போட்டு வச்சிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் MHA போடுவோம்.
இல்லம்மா, நீங்க 24 hours முன்னாடி subculture.
Yes, ma'am.
The next day you are subculturing it again.
Yes, ma'am.
So that is a new culture.
Yes, ma'am.
And within 1 hour you are getting that organism.
Overgrowth இல்லாம கொஞ்சம் இதா
You are
இருக்கு.
just diluting the 24
Yes,
hours
ma'am.
culture.
Yes,
அப்படி
ma'am.
சொல்றீங்க.
Yes, ma'am.
So அதுக்கு தான் வந்து Macmillan standard வச்சு மேட்ச் பண்ணீங்களான்னு கேக்குறேன். Actually, as per protocols, Macmillan standard இருக்குங்க. அந்த turbidity பார்க்கறதுக்கு. That is 0.5 turbidity நீங்க யூஸ் பண்றது. அதுதான் வந்து கான்ஸ்டன்ட்டா இருக்கும். And நீங்க வந்து காலையில நீங்க inoculate பண்ணீங்கன்னா it should be a 5 hour or 6 hour culture. Okay, 5 to 6 hour culture தான் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணணும். That will give you a perfect swab on MHA. Okay, and why MHA? Why not other media?
MHA is the usual antibacterial.
யூசுவலா பண்ண யாரன்னா யூசுவலா எல்லாம் டிஜிவேஷனோட பண்ணினா யூசுவலா அப்படியே சேர்ந்துருவீங்களா? வேற காலேஜ்ல அப்ளிகேஷனே போட மாட்டீங்களா? ஏன் there will be some specific reason why MHA. What is MHA?
Muller-Hinton
agar. Why that Muller-Hinton agar? Because bacteria doesn't know signs or it cannot read any language. It will grow சாப்பாடு போட்டா எந்த மீடியால வேணா வளரும்.
Muller-Hintonல வந்து ஆன்டிபயோட்டிக் இப்போ போடுறோம், நம்ம எக்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் போடுறோம்னா அது டிசால்வ் ஆகுறதுக்கு லைக் அது டிஃப்யூஸ் ஆகுறதுக்கு நல்ல ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். அதனால
No, that's not the all agar media are semi-solid and it has pore size. Everything it will be diffusing only. Why MHA? Don't know. Because MHA has no inhibitory components.
Okay.
So that is the reason, because நீங்க antimicrobial assay பண்ணும்போது மற்ற மீடியானா ஏதாவது ஒரு inhibitory component இருக்குதுன்னா நீங்க போடுற பாக்டீரியா சப்போஸ் வளரலனா maybe that is the that inhibitory component is the reason for blocking the growth of the organism. அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லலாம். யாராவது cross question இப்போ நான் கேக்குற மாதிரி யாராவது ஒருத்தர் ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்கலாம். ஆனா MHA ல வந்து inhibitory components இல்ல அப்படிங்கிறதுனால ஒரே specific reason you are using that MHA. Okay? And definitely అందులో growth arrest ஆகுதுன்னா it should be because of the antibiotic only.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
So for next presentation you will remember that information.
Thank you.
Yes.
We students of first MSc Biotechnology. I am Rekha and she is Shija. So we have our topic is about therapeutic effects and molecular docking of plant extract against environmental microbes causing urinary tract infection. So we have isolated three plant test plants like Tinospora cordifolia, Ananas squamosa, and Punica granatum, and we have taken the potential gram-negative bacteria, that is Klebsiella pneumonia and E. coli, and we have used molecular docking to know about the ligand and protein interaction, which is used for helping in designing a new drug, and the solvents used to extract plants used for extraction of plant extracts is petroleum ether, chloroform, and methanol. So the objective is we have taken extracts from 3 different plants as mentioned before, and with 3 different solvents with serial exhaustive extraction method. So we have studied their antimicrobial properties, and according to which we have characterized the gram-negative bacteria by several standard biochemical tests, and also we have evaluated the antioxidant activities by DPPH method and molecular docking analysis of ibistrophin, which is a protein in Klebsiella pneumonia. So the methodology involves the extraction of and preparation of samples, collection of samples, antibacterial assay. These are the standard biochemical tests used: gram staining, indole test, MRVP test, citrate analysis, mannitol motility test, triple sugar ion agar test, and antioxidant assay by DPPH method. So these are the pictures for extract preparation. And microorganisms isolated. So the molecular interaction analysis was based on the protein data which we took from the PDB database, and the ligand data from PubChem, which is prepared for docking with Autodock tool, and the protein ligand interaction and molecular visualization is seen. So the results are antimicrobial activity in Tinospora cordifolia leaf extract. It
showed like good antibacterial activity against almost all organisms and followed by chloroform extract.
So this is the next leaf extract which we have used, that is Annona squamosa. So same as the previous one, here also it showed good activity against all the isolated organisms by using extract of methanol and chloroform. And also the solvent petroleum ether, it also showed good activity against the given sample. And it has also showed antifungal activity as well, additional with antibacterial activity. So next one is Punica granatum. This is also the third plant sample. In this, it has also showed good antibacterial as well as antifungal activity against air sample as well as food sample. And chloroform extract is that it has also shown good antibacterial activity. So these are the standard tests which we have done, the biochemical test as she has already mentioned. Then we have done antioxidant assay to find out the antioxidant property. So we have used the DPPH assay that we conventionally use for the free radical scavenging activity to determine the activity of antioxidant. So these are the values which determine if it is a good antioxidant or it is a strong antioxidant activity. So this is the record of our sample. So for the Punica granatum, we got the value of 2.143. So it determines that it is a good or strong antioxidant activity. Next one is our Tinospora cordifolia. Its value was 4.04. It also determined that it has good and strong antioxidant property. And this data is for the Punica granatum, the value for antioxidant assay. Then we have done molecular docking to study and analyze the interaction between protein, the target protein which we have get from our desired microorganism, Klebsiella pneumonia, and this is the protein, iristophone. This is the targeted protein we got from the microorganism, and ligand, 6 plant compound which we have used. These are mentioned here. So these were the ligands. So we have studied the interaction between our targeted protein and our ligand. And this was the 3D dimensional diagram of the targeted protein which we have extracted from our microorganism and which we have visualized using our bioinformatics tool RASMOL. And then this is like a interaction map between same protein and our ligand, and these were the details given about this diagram. So so this is just a conventional method how it will just first reach the gut, then it will produce toxin and it will gradually creates into disease. So this is the conclusion. So our conclusion is that all the 3 plants which we have used, it has showed good activity against our desired microorganism which creates UTI, that is Klebsiella pneumonia, which is the most predominant organism which creates UTI. And the most predominant sample was Punica granatum, which shows the strongest antioxidant activity amongst all the 3 samples. And in the molecular docking result, the beta primaric acid, the ligand which we have used from the Annona squamous, it has shown a great interaction, means most affinity and binding with the target protein which we have extracted from our microorganism. Thank you.
So what is the standard have you used for the antioxidant property? You mentioned standard, no? So test your sample. So what is the standard have you used for your antioxidant? So control for that antibacterial and antifungal activity. So what is the control have you used for the antibacterial and antifungal activity? So using the 3 solvents, chloroform, methanol and petroleum ether, other
in the work wastewater treatment and photocatalytic activity of zinc oxide nanoparticles synthesis from stem bark of Musa acuminata. So before that, let me introduce myself. And I am Anon Mani, currently pursuing my postgraduate in biochemistry in TG Vaishnav College. So yeah, so sewage is a mixture of water which consists of human secreta and used water from bathrooms, food preparation waste, laundry, and etc. etc. Apart from that, wastewater from commercial operation and institutions such as restaurants, laundries, hospitals, schools, jails, office, serving the local area of bigger communities is included in municipal sewage. So the main reason why I have chosen zinc nanoparticles was it has subsequent impact on microorganisms living in activated sludge and plays an important role in appropriate wastewater treatment because they lower their activity and quantity. And here comes the plant Musa acuminata, which found to have a potent anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, antibiotic qualities. So it is used in effluent treatment. So the scope of my study is to focus on synthesis and characterization of zinc oxide nanoparticles and its efficiency in wastewater treatment and its photocatalytic activity.
Your name?
Now we have gone to our materials and methods. The first step is followed by the synthesis of zinc nanoparticles, which is obtained from 10% extract. To that, 0.1 of zinc acetate was added, to which addition 2 sodium hydroxide was added, and it was stirred at 60 degrees Celsius for 1 hour. So after that, the wastewater was collected from our institution, Biosciences Vaishnav College. So these water were diluted and treated with zinc nanoparticle solution to observe the growth of inhibition of microorganisms. After all, then the treated water were taken for analysis, such as physical parameters and chemical parameters, and also biological for both the treated and as well as untreated sample. Further, it is followed by the biological pour plate method for untreated and dilutions to observe the microorganism in selective media such as Mechanchi, Salmonella, Shigella, again, Picosquid, and deoxychloride citrate. So this plate method was used to observe the morphological characters, color, shape, and size appearance of the microorganism isolated using the selective media. Further, the study ensures that the Enterobacteriaceae family of bacterial colonies appear in the domestic wastewater. Further, the standardized treatment with the day-1 of aqueous extract of Musa acuminata, zinc nanoparticle solution, and zinc nanoparticle powder was treated with treated in 100 ml of different dilution in different time period and using different volume of standardization until the microorganism inhibition occurs. Finally, the photocatalytic degradation of dyes such as crystal violet, methyl blue, and saffron and methyl orange was performed. Here comes the result and discussion. So the biosynthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles were monitored under UV visible spectroscopy and FTIR, followed by XRD and zeta potential. Okay. So in UV visible, we obtained a peak at around 340 nanometer, which confirms the presence of zinc oxide nanoparticles. And so in XRD, we obtained peaks at 31.57 and around 41.12. And in zeta potential, it was highest negative value of 3.8 millivolt, which confirms the stability of the zinc oxide nanoparticle. And the FTIR result of zinc nanoparticles has shown a sharp band at 412 centimeter. And the FTIR of aqueous extract of Musa acuminata has confirmed the functional groups present in the plant extract. So next is followed by the evaluation of antioxidant scavenging activity. So this demonstrates the scavenging activity of aqueous extract of Musa acuminata and the zinc oxide nanoparticles. So here we can observe that the aqueous extract has shown strong antioxidant activity when compared to zinc oxide nanoparticles and the standard. So further there comes the reducing power activity of the plant extract and the zinc nanoparticles. So it's shown that zinc nanoparticle exhibits stronger reducing power activity. So as I said, physical and chemical parameters. These are the physical parameters we have checked for it. And here I have highlighted the chloride values and bicarbonate and sodium absorption rate. When compared to untreated, the treated has been lowered with zinc nanoparticle solution and extract, whereas in bicarbonate the same as well as is decreased when compared to untreated. So these were the chemical parameters like pH, dissolved oxygen, biochemical oxygen for treated and untreated sample. So as I already mentioned, to observe the morphological features of microorganism, we have used selective media, ma'am. So first one is Muller-Hilton agar, ma'am. So this was 10 power 1 dilution, ma'am. The wastewater was diluted, and so this was treated with the zinc nanoparticle powder, and this was a zinc nanoparticle solution and aqueous extract of new activator. We can see the gradual decrease in the count of bacterial growth in the plates.
You use specific bacteria for it, any one type of bacteria or mixed?
And the water
sewage water like that. Okay.
So selective media use panna adula enna microorganism So next Salmonella shigella agar. So you can clearly see the colonies count is decreased from this stage. Same as well as McKenzie agar. And it is followed by Biosciences agar. And then deoxycholate citrate agar. Okay, using Salmonella shigella agar, we have isolated Enterobacter species and Klebsiella species and E. coli, which is found to be in large pink and large oval in shape and color. And it is then followed by deoxycholate citrate agar. So the microorganism that were isolated was Enterobacter species and Salmonella species. And further it is followed by McKenzie and Picosby agar. Whereas that was the rough mean count of bacterial count on the different dilutions in different selective medias. So this was the value for 10 power 1 dilution, and this was for 10 power 2 dilution. அது ஜென்ரலா லைக் பண்ணா நம்ம வாட்டர்ல தான் நின்று நம்ம வீடியோ பண்ணலாம் காஸ் as per I referred some articles, so it's better to use Muller-Hilton agar, but it was like Muller-Hilton agar is not
We use it for antimicrobial activity. Yeah, so that's what we use it. So what is the value greater than 600? Greater than 500?
It means colony count roughly. In a plate la வந்து like it's like counts so ரொம்ப count பண்ண முடியாது, so rough count பண்ணும். Whereas the treated பார்க்கும்போது 24 hours treated பார்க்கும்போது 600 விட more than 600 விட count வந்து decrease ஆயிருக்கும். Further up, 72 hours treat panna and the bacterial colony illa அந்த plates la, so full clear ஆயிருக்குன்றத mention பண்ணிருக்கோம்.
So, but we have to mention above 300. If the colony is more than 300, we cannot count. That is too numerous to count. That we have to mention like that. So, we have to mention, really mention the value. Okay. So, after that,
colonies கூட நீங்க count பண்ண முடியாது. You can easily say that it is too numerous to count.
Okay. After that, we also mentioned. So the plates, that is a treated plate and untreated plate, that has some contamination in the treated plate also. So you have to just check it. Okay. So the plate also has some contamination.
Yes, because நீங்க காட்டின எந்த பிளேட்லயும் colonies இல்ல. அப்ப எப்படி இந்த colonies கவுண்ட் பண்ணி கொடுக்கணும்?
Math formation, there is a math formation look like that.
அது math contamination. So you cannot put the number of colonies there because not even a single colony is there.
And then that 72 hours plate also.
But also you also use the because of that media. So that is used for mainly phosphate stabilizing organs. So why you chose the media for that?
Because we didn't know what microorganism could be present in sewage water, particularly, ma'am. So that's why.
So but நீங்க ரெண்டு மூணு organism தான எடுத்துக்கிங்க அதுல. Like you have mentioned the organisms, right?
Enterobacter.
அந்த ஸ்லைட் போங்கப்பா நீங்க அந்த பாக்டீரியா
next slide. Yeah.
இதுல வந்து you have mentioned Enterobacter, Salmonella. ரிலாக்ஸ் ஆவறீங்களா? ஜூஸ் தண்ணி ஏதாவது ஒண்ணும் இல்ல. ரிலாக்ஸ். Enterobacter, Salmonella, Staphylococcus. இதுதான் இல்லையா? அப்புறம் Pseudomonas,
Aspergillus,
Penicillium.
These organisms that grow in that media. So how will you find out that how will you confirm that organism is present in the sample? How will you confirm that organism name?
What I did was based on the appearance and color.
So that is a fungus. You mentioned the fungus, but you mentioned shiny luxuriant. So that is not.
உங்களுக்கு Aspergillus வந்து உங்களுக்கு ரவுண்ட் ஒயிட் காலனி எல்லாம் கொடுக்காதேமா.
So that is
பஞ்சு மாதிரி வளரும் Aspergillus எப்படி இருக்கும்? Cottony growth, that is fungi, right?
Spores are look like that.
ஃபங்கஸ் எப்படி வளரும்? ஒரு பிரெட் வந்து தண்ணி தெளிச்சு ஒரு 3 நாள் மூடி வச்சுன்னா ஒரு டப்பால எப்படி இருக்கும்? ரவுண்டுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. ஐயோ ரவுண்டுன்னா சொல்ல முடியாது. நல்லா சமாளிக்கிறேன். ரவுண்டுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. உன் கிளாஸ்ல சமாளிக்கிறேன். Aspergillus will not give colonies. Okay, it will be giving the உங்களுக்கு அந்த ஹைஃபை எப்படி க்ரோ ஆகுது mycelium அந்த மாதிரி mycelial growth தான் இருக்கும். காலனிஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப டைல்யூட்டா போறப்ப சின்னதா வரும் இல்லைங்க மேம். அதுக்கப்புறமும் யூ cannot say the particular shape for it. And நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணிருக்க அந்த பிகாஸ்கியம் மீடியம் வந்து சூடோமோனாஸ் யூஸ் பண்றீங்கன்னா ஓகே. I don't know, Aspergillus penicillin இதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து it will grow, but fungi will grow in all kind of media. Like எங்க வச்சாலும் வந்து நம்ம டார்கெட் பண்ற ஆர்கானிசம் தவிர்த்து அது வந்து வளர்ந்துரும். It's a common contaminant. But then when you're going for specific media, selective media ன்னு நீங்க ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்றீங்க. அது சொன்னதுனால நான் சொல்றேன் இதோட செலக்டிவ் மீடியா இது கிடையாது. ஸோ நீங்க வந்து ஃபங்கை வளர்க்குறதா இருந்தா நீங்க ஒரு ரோஸ் பெங்கால் அகார்லையோ சாப்ரோ டெக்ஸ்ட்ரோஸ் அகார்லையோ பொட்டேட்டோ டெக்ஸ்ட்ரோஸ்லையோ நீங்க வளர்க்கலாம். ஸோ ஃபங்கைக்கு அந்த மீடியா யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. இப்போ ஸ்டெஃபிலோகாக்கஸ்க்கு நீங்க அந்த ஏதோ ஒரு காலனி மேனிடோல் சால்ட் அகார் யூஸ் பண்ணுங்க. இல்ல நார்மல் யூட்ரின் அகார் எல்பி கூட நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். மற்ற என்ட்ரோபாக்டீரியா சால்மோனெல்லா ஈகோலை இதெல்லாம் பண்ணும்போது நீங்க சால்மோனெல்லாக்கு சால்மோனெல்லா ஷிஜில் அகார் இல்லைன்னா அந்த செலினைட் எஃப் ப்ராத் ஒன்று இருக்கு இல்லை செலினைட் எஃப் மீடியம் அந்த மீடியம் அந்த மாதிரி கொடுக்கலாம். ஸோ அது நீங்க வந்து ஒரு வார்த்தை நீங்க செலக்டிவ் மீடியான்னு சொல்லிட்டீங்க, அங்கேயே போட்டிருக்கீங்க காலனி கவுண்ட் பாக்டீரியல் காலனி கவுண்ட் அண்ட் செலக்டிவ் மீடியான்ட்டு. ஓகே, அண்ட் அது செலக்டிவ் மீடியான்ற வார்த்தை சொல்லிட்டு அதுக்கான செலக்டிவ் மீடியாவை நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணல. காமனா இப்போ மெக்கான்கி அகார் இஸ் a differential media to differentiate the lactose fermenting and non-lactose fermenting. So it is not a selective media, it is a differential media. So அதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் வந்து when you are using particular terms you can கொஞ்சம் கேர்ஃபுல்லா வெச்சுக்கோங்க, அவ்வளவுதான். Yeah.
After that, in the table, last table, yeah, okay, you have mentioned that serial number 1 and 4 both are the same organisms.
And நீங்க வந்து அங்க பாக்டீரியா தான் சொல்றீங்க. இங்க வந்து ஒரு 3 ஃபங்கை ஆளுங்களும் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க வந்து ஃபங்கைன்னு சொன்னா அவங்க சந்தோஷப்படுவாங்க. சரியா?
The degradation efficiency, like so degradation efficiency of crystal violet and methyl orange, saffron and methyl blue in light was found to be 17.2 and 20.6 and 10 and 15% respectively at 24 hours. After 72 hours it remains the same. So
then again இதையும் வந்து the second pointல அதுதான் microorganisms was confirmed by biochemical test as Enterobacteriaceae species and இதெல்லாம் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. நீங்க வந்து biochemical test வந்து ஃபங்கைக்கு பண்ண முடியுமா என்னன்னு தெரியல. ஃபங்கைக்கு LPCT staining வச்சு அதோட ஸ்பீஷீஸ் ஏதாவது சொல்லுவீங்க. That has different test for it. Okay, and Staphylococcus அது வந்து RAM பாசிட்டிவ்க்கு இந்த பயோகெமிக்கல் டெஸ்ட் மோஸ்ட்லி இன்வைட் டெஸ்ட் அதெல்லாம் வந்து ஆன்சர் பண்ணாது. நீங்க வேற ஏதாவது தான் வச்சு பண்ணணும். கிளெப்சியல்லாக்கு ஈகோலைக்கு சால்மோனெல்லாக்கு வேணாதான் அந்த என்ட்ரோபாக்டீரியாசி ஸ்பீஷீஸ் டெஸ்ட் வந்து உங்களுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகும். ஓகேயா? ஸோ நீங்கள் ஒரு மைக்ரோபயாலஜி ஒர்க் நீங்கள் எடுத்து பண்ணுறப்போ தோ இட் இஸ் நாட் யுவர் மேஜர் ஏரியா, நீங்கள் அது கொஞ்சம் பார்த்து பண்ணீங்கன்னாக்கா ப்ரெசன்டேஷன்ஸில் உங்களுக்கு யூ வில் நாட் பி காட். அதுதான். அண்ட் ஒன் டவுட் ஐ ஹேவ், லைக் இந்த ZNO வந்து நீங்கள் வேஸ்ட் வாட்டர் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்க்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுறீங்க இல்லையா? திரும்ப யூஸ் பண்ணுறப்போ இல்லை ரொம்ப நாள் அதில் யூஸ் பண்ணுறப்போ will there be any the long time stability வந்து இருக்குமா அந்த பார்ட்டிகல்ஸ்க்கு?
as of we checked for 72 hours and then of around more than 100 hours like ஒரு 1 month அப்புறம் we check the stability ma'am, like அந்த பவுடர் வந்து வச்சு செக் பண்ணி பார்த்தோம். it was there ma'am.
ஓகே, அந்த பவுடரை வந்து நீங்க வேஸ்ட் வாட்டர் ட்ரீட்மெண்ட்ல யூஸ் பண்ணிட்ட பிறகு
அந்த டைல்யூட் பண்ண பவுடர் எஸ் மேம் அதையும் செக் பண்ணிருக்கோம். பிகாஸ் ஏன்னா அது மாறுமான்ற ஒரு டவுட் இருக்கும். ஸோ அதையும் செக் பண்ணோம். இட் வாஸ் குவைட் ஸ்டேபிள் மேம்.
ஸோ என்னோட டாபிக் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா லைக் I'm just designing a bio I'm just designing a biosensor which is like highly sensible for glucose levels. So in case we இப்போ நம்ம எடுத்துக்கணும்னா லைக் டயபெட்டிஸ் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் தி வர்ஸ்ட் டிசீஸ். ஏன்னா நமக்கு தெரியும் லைக் இப்போ வீட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ எங்கள் அப்பா கூட சஃபரிங் ஃப்ரம் டயபெட்டிஸ். லைக் இட்ஸ் லைக் காமனாக டிசீஸ் இருக்குது. ஸோ குளோபலாக பார்த்தோம்னா 3.2 பில்லியன் வந்து இதனால் அஃபெக்ட் ஆகிறாங்க அண்ட் டெத்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. ஸோ என்னோட எய்ம் என்னன்னா லைக் இப்போ நார்மலாக நம்ம பயோசென்ஸ் ஆக்சுவலி இருக்கலாம். இப்போ என்ன வாட் ஐ ஃபீல் இஸ் அதோட லைக் சென்சிட்டிவிட்டி வந்து மச் கம்பேரிட்டிவ் லோவாக இருக்கும். ஸோ தட் ஐ டிசைட் டு design biosensor using zinc sulfate and graphene oxide. So I just using a modified Hammer method. So on the oxide வந்து graphene oxide வந்து reduce பண்ணுறதுக்காக இந்த மெத்தட் யூஸ் பண்ணேன். அண்ட் தென் thermal exfoliation இது வந்துன்னா இது வச்சு தான் நான் அந்த நானோ பார்ட்டிகல்ஸ் இது எடுத்தேன். ஸோ இது ஆக்சுவலி ப்ரொசீஜர் இதுதான் மேம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என்னன்னா ஜிங்க் நானோ பார்ட்டிகல்ஸ்க்கு அது கூட வந்து கிராஃபின் வந்து லைக் கிராஃபின் ஆக்சைடை வந்து மிக்ஸ் பண்ணுறேன். ஸோ தட் ஐ ஜஸ்ட் கோடட் வித் சிபிஇ மேம், கார்பன் பேப்பர் நெட்வொர்க் மேம். ஸோ அண்ட் தென் இப்போ நான் எதுக்கு இது பர்டிகுலர் யூஸ் செலக்ட் பண்ணேன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஜிங்க் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இட் ஹஸ் ஹை எலக்ட்ரிக் கண்டக்டிவிட்டி மேம், ஒரு விஷயம். அண்ட் தென் செகண்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம கிராஃபின் கூட வந்து நம்ம கம்பைன் பண்ணும்போது இதுக்கு வந்து ஸ்டெபிலிட்டி அதிகமாக இருக்கும் மேம். அண்ட் தென் கிராஃபின் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா போர் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர், ஸோ தட் வந்து சர்ஃபேஸ் ஏரியா அதிகமாக இருக்கும். ஸோ தட் வி கேன் ஆட் GOX which is an indicator which indicates glucose level. இப்போ என்னன்னா நான் எதுக்கு எக்ஸாக்ட் இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும் இது மேலே வெறும் ஜிங்க் மேம். அது கீழே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா which is zinc combined with graphene. So XRD la பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு என்ன தெரியுதுன்னா like it has increased diffraction peak. இப்போ மார்ஃபாலஜி பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு என்ன தெரியுதுன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் விஷயம் கிராஃபைடோட ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வந்து ஒரு சின்ன மாற்றம் தெரியுது. அண்ட் தென் ஜிங்கோட நானோ பார்ட்டிகல்ஸ் இருக்கு, அது வந்து ஈவனாக டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் ஆயிருந்தது. இன்னும் உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாம்பிள் காட்டுமா, இது வந்து இன்டர்னல் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் மேம். இந்த இமேஜ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும் லைக் இந்த டாட் இருக்குது எல்லாமே ஜிங்க் பார்ட்டிகல் மேம், விச் இஸ் ஈவன்லி லைக் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் ஆயிருக்கு. அண்ட் தென் இது நான் எதுக்கு இது முக்கியமாக சூஸ் பண்ணேன்னா ரெண்டு தான் ஸ்டெபிலிட்டிக்காக தான் மேம். இப்போ நான் கம்பேர் பண்ணி போகும்போது எனக்கு ஷெல்ஃப் லைஃப் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 50 days கிடைக்கும் மேம்.
So move to the before slide.
Before.
Yeah. Then. Yeah. No. Previous. Okay, can you tell me what advantages does the carbon paper, what you have done, that electrode paper, is over the conventional electrodes? Usually use பண்றதுக்கு இது வந்து எப்படி யூஸ் ஆகுது?
ஸோ இப்போ கார்பன் பேப்பர் எலக்ட்ரோட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃப்ளெக்சிபிள். ஸோ இது வந்து நம்ம ஈஸியாக பண்ணலாம். அண்ட் தென் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எலக்ட்ரிக் கண்டக்டிவிட்டி அதிகமாக இருக்கும். செகண்ட் நம்ம இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னும் ஜஸ்ட் ஒர்க்கிங். இதுக்கு வந்து எனக்கு CLRN தான் வந்து ஆக்சுவலி இது பண்ணேன். இது சுகந்தி மேம். ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் இன்னும் ஃபர்தர் இப்போதைக்கு எனக்கு கிடைச்ச ரிசல்ட்.
Is there any specific reason for that? And the graphene ZNS மட்டும் யூஸ் பண்றதுக்கு ஏதாவது ஸ்பெசிபிக் அது இதுக்கு இந்த பொட்டன்ஷியல் இருக்கு அதனால தான் இது யூஸ் பண்றேன் அப்படின்னு you have any justification for it?
Okay.
Why is graphene ZNS is used? Why not?
So graphene zinc எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன்?
ஆமா அது
சிம்பிள் மேம். எனக்கு வந்து என்னன்னா ரிசல்ட் படி பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு ஸ்டெபிலிட்டி நல்லாவே இருந்தது மேம். அண்ட் தென் கிராஃபீன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா போர் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர், ஸோ சர்ஃபேஸ் ஏரியா அதிகமாக இருக்கும். நம்ம அந்த இண்டிகேட்டர்ல மேம் GOX அதை வந்து நம்ம லைக் அப்ளை பண்ணுறதுக்கு நமக்கு அந்த சர்ஃபேஸ் ஏரியா அதிகமாக இருக்கும். அண்ட் தென் லாஸ்ட் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இது வந்து நம்ம இந்த இந்த சிஇடி இந்த பண்ணுறதுனால நமக்கு அதோட டாக்ஸிசிட்டி கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். ஏன்னா இது வந்து ஆக்சுவலி இம்மோபில், ஸோ அதோட டாக்ஸிசிட்டி கம்மியாக இருக்கும், நம்ம வந்து லைக் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful comments to our participants. I now take immense pleasure in concluding the Day-1 session of 2nd International Conference Exploring Innovative Technology in Bioscience Towards Sustainable Development EITB-SD 2025. I could like to thank our speakers, judges and participants for the wonderful and insightful day. I request the participants to assemble at mini auditorium sharp at 9 o'clock tomorrow for tomorrow's session. Who didn't register today, kindly register tomorrow. We look forward to another engaging day tomorrow. Have a great day.